G'day everyone. For those of you who don't know, my name's Paul Vaughton. I used to play a bit of footy and do a bit of television. I'm up here on the Gold Coast, but I hear that the Budgerigar Championships are on, and they're on down in Adelaide at the McCracken Country Club, which is fantastic. I'm not sure what happens in a budgie contest. I don't know how you win. It's how good they look, how fast they can fly. I got no idea. But you know what? It takes me back to when I was a kid growing up in Brisbane. We had budgies, and our first ever budgie was a beautiful blue budgie. We called him Pretty Boy because that's what he was, a pretty boy. And he was such a lovely little bird, fantastic. We used to close up the house and let him out of the cage, and he'd fly around and hit doors. And anyway, it took us 4 days to get him one time, to finally get him back in the cage. Oh, he pooped everywhere. Pooped on Mum's hair at one stage. Poor old girl. But yeah, Pretty Boy was a ripper. So look, I want to wish, wherever you come from in Australia, I want to wish you all the best. I hope that your birds are locked in, ready to go, and they're strutting their stuff. But especially want to give my very private best wishes to the two Queensland organisations. I'm not going to divide you up or go for either one. I just want to say this: Queenslander, come on you Queensland budgies, a lift. So look, have a great couple of days. It sounds like it's a lot of fun, and you know what, may the best budgies win. All my best. Bye bye, have fun.
Hey guys, it's Andrew Johns here. I just want to wish you all the best. Everyone is competing and exhibiting in the 46th annual ANBC national titles. I just want to say all the best. I know it's difficult with everything going on with COVID, but the live stream, I'm sure everyone will have great fun. And as I said, with great excitement, exhibiting all their stuff there. So I just want to say, I hope everyone enjoys it. And soon, when we get out of this crazy time, you can all get together. But good luck with the 46th annual ANBC national titles, and I hope you all have a great time. Cheers. Bye.
Mitch Creek here from the Southeast Melbourne Phoenix and Australian national team basketballer. Just wanted to say all the very best to all the exhibitors today from across the country in Australia. Also wanted to do a massive shout out to everyone at home watching along on the live stream on YouTube for the 46th annual ANBC national titles. One thing to say, go Victoria, let's go.
Hi, it's Martin Halen from Partnership HHW1 in Belgium here. I want to wish all the competitors all the best of luck in the Nationals today. And for everyone who's watching from the live feed, I hope you have a great weekend, and see you all, and all the best. Bye-bye.
It's time! We are about to find out as we officially open the 46th ANBC National Titles, live to you from Victor Harbor, hosted by the BCSA. Let the judging begin!
In 1964, the idea for a state versus state competition for exhibition budgerigars was born. 11 years on, and Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia had faced off for the very first time. By 1983, all states were competing. This show brings together the most elite young budgerigars in Australia, the best of the best. These birds go through a rigorous selection process just to make it this far. They may have to compete at their club level before earning the right to go up against the best in their state, where they need to finish top 3. They need to do that just to get here today. In real terms, that's less than 4 budgerigars for every 1,000 club-run birds bred last year. These 84 birds from each team are entrusted to a group of carers who have a week to prepare them for the pinnacle event on the Australian budgerigar calendar. Winners of these classes are immortalised with a Logie, the ultimate prize for any given variety. 28 Logies are on offer here this weekend. Wins at a national level from 1983 onwards are recognised towards the ultimate goal of a place in the ANBC Hall of Fame.
And the winner of the 45th Annual ANBC National Titles is Victoria! It's time!
Who will win this year? Will Team Victoria, led by Phil Hoadley, Greg Rowe and Ray Slade, make it a three-peat? Or will Team New South Wales, led by James Matthews, Barry Wise and Cam Hewitt, upset their party? Will it be the boys from South Queensland, Neil Love, Jamie Wright and Gary Hibbert? Or could Far North Queensland have Russell Ogden, Cheryl Ogden and Bruce Schuster come to the party? Could it be Team Tasmania, led by Jim Fletcher, Derek Poole and Dale Ward? Or Team WA, led by Debbie and Nick Kearing and Norm Wheatley? Or could the local boys of Michael Smith, Doug Lang and Kelvin Kokoski bring it home for South Australia?
To find out as we officially open the 46th ANBC National Titles, live to you from Victor Harbor, hosted by the BCSA. Let the judging begin!
Well, I'd like to welcome everybody that's attending or listening to this live feed and watching closely about what's going to happen during the day. And it's been a long time coming, but we can now officially welcome everybody to the 46th Annual Golden Cob Australian National Budgeriggar Championship Show. The last 2 years have been very time-consuming and troublesome for both Victoria and ourselves of late, and even as late as Tuesday, our head organiser has gone down with COVID. So we've been working on an hour-by-hour basis to actually get this show up and running, and we feel we have got a presentation for you during the next 2 days that you will enjoy a great amount. I'd like to introduce the judges as they come forward, and firstly from Victoria we have Stephen Moe. Most people would know Stephen, he's judged on many occasions at the national show. Secondly, we have Peter Fern, also from Victoria. He too has been a strong contender in the shows itself and has the job of judging today. Third one, Scotty Erickson from North Queensland. Everybody knows Scotty's been attending since he was a little boy. And the last one, John Marley from South Australia, attending his first event as a national judge, and I'd like to wish them all well in their endeavours today, and also wish all the exhibitors well who are participating. And without further ado, I think we should move ahead and head on to the first judging of the first two classes. Thank you very much. Stephen and John.
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning. On behalf of Mark Fellows and myself, Gary Gazzard, I just like to invite you along and enjoy the McCracken Country Club at Victor Harbor for the 46th ANBC National Live Streaming, hosted by the BCSA. First class this morning will be the normal green class and the grey green class. So we have at the moment the two judges doing the grey-green class is Scott Erickson and Peter Fern. So what the boys are doing now is just doing their first assessment. Normally step back and review the class, give the birds a chance to settle. So the normal green class will be judged by John Mully and Stephen Mauer.
So we can see the grey-green class is on the right and the normal green class is on the left.
So just a little bit of a background too on the normal green class.
So normal greens, traditionally, you may see 3 coloured birds in the normal green class. So we've got normal light greens, normal dark greens and normal olives. Just a bit of history on those. The normal light green is traditionally the bird found in the wild, the original colour in regards to budgerigars. So I guess as to a time frame as to how long those coloured birds have been in existence, we're talking hundreds upon hundreds of years, I would say, being a native of this country.
Just butt in there for a second, Mark. It looks like the judges are having a bit of conference with the show manager, so we'll try to update you on what that was about. Yeah.
Okay. So was that a bird out of the grey-green class, Gary?
Light green
Light
class.
green class, yeah, normal green class. Yep. So moving on, a bit more history, the dark greens. Dark greens first appeared in around 1915, so colour's been around a long time, and that was first seen in France, the normal dark green. Eventually that colour spread through numerous countries, making its way to Australia. And the olive finally first appeared in France again in 1918, and then was introduced into England, and in South Australia they were imported from England to a breeder in South Australia in 1918. So we've had olives in the country for over 100 years.
Just a bit of a breakdown on today's proceedings. There'll be four sessions today. So the first session has started now. The second session will start, 9 o'clock?
Yep, so we've kicked off.
9 o'clock. So there's only 2 sessions today and 2 tomorrow, my apologies. So the second session commences at 2 o'clock. So these sessions will be done, I think there's 8 classes to be done over the day. So the first lot of 8 will be done on the morning session, and the remainder after lunch. What you can notice now on the screen is that Scott is actually taking notes. So Scott is just, instead of moving the birds around too much, they'll just take a note of the birds that they think might be at the front of the line, and once they get their notes done, they'll start to move the birds around. But the first observation is very important. They'll stand back and they'll assess the birds, and once they get an idea of where they think the birds should be placed, that's when they'll start moving the birds around. As you can see now, Peter's starting to move birds around, so I would take it that he has an idea of the first few birds that they think might be in contention of winning the class.
So as you can see from the birds there's some birds that are not completely settled at the moment, but the judges will give every bird in the class their opportunity to show their best, put their best foot forward. So just in the early stages of viewing the birds, potentially those birds that are putting their best foot forward are the birds that are catching the judge's eye.
As it gets a little bit further into the judging, we'll update you on the states and zones and how they're progressing in the judging. At this stage, we can see cage C and cage L and cage B. So C is Victoria, L is Victoria, and B is South Queensland. Sorry, that was in the green class. We'll take that back. Looking at the wrong class.
So we can see the judges talking about certain features of the birds. conferring with each other, standing back so they can get a good look at the birds from a distance.
It's a bit hard for us at the moment to see what they're doing in the normal green class because we haven't got access to that at the moment. Okay.
So we can see a close-up there. Lovely clear shot of the grey-green normal cockbird.
Bird sits very well off the perch. Lovely spotted bird. Carrying a slight little amount of head marking, but quite acceptable.
Well behaved.
Yes, something that is really needed in a good exhibition show bird, that we can get the birds to sit and perform. So.
But he looks quite happy there.
Yes, this bird, KJ, is placed at 4th place at the moment, and that's from
Tasmanian
bird.
So panning across. Oh no, we just lost our shot there.
So they're placing him C. So we've got Victorian birds are running 1st and 2nd, and South Australia running 3rd.
The judges are just making a change in the grey-green class. They've moved cage B down and they've moved cage F up into 3rd place.
Which is the South Queensland bird.
So as we mentioned early on, as the birds settle down, start showing themselves, putting their best foot forward, there may be some shuffling in the class. We've moved across to the normal green class.
KLBC.
So in the normal green class, we can see the bird in 1st place is a New South Wales bird. Bird in 2nd place is a South Queensland bird. Bird in 3rd in cage L is a Victorian bird, and cage C is a Western Australian bird. So we can see we've got a bit of those first 4 birds. We've got a bird from various states, which is good to see. Nice even competition. Okay, so we get a wide shot there of the normal green class. So we can see cage K is in 1st place, cage B is in 2nd place, cage L in 3rd, and C in 4th. So there's been no change in that order. So we've got New South Wales in 1st place. We've got South Queensland in 2nd place. 3rd place we have cage L, which is Victoria, and cage C, which was the Western Australian bird from Western Australia.
Yeah.
We can see there the bird in cage K, standing up very well.
Yes. This bird's cage K is in 3rd place at the present. doing everything right. It's not jumping around, it's sitting up and showing his head qualities.
Looks quite relaxed in the cage.
Yeah. It's a good advantage when a bird sits still so the judges can assess all the finer details of the bird. Okay. So just to mention too, what the judges do at this present, they'll go from their top row, they'll pick up the first row, they'll go 1 to, I think there's about 8 birds on the top row. Fix the front row, then they'll, what's that, 4? Yeah, so it could be 10. Yeah, so they'll pick the front top row in order from first to the last bird on the top row. Then they'll exchange the cages, so they'll bring the bottom row up to the top and then bring the top birds down to the bottom, and they'll repeat that process. They'll rate the birds from the first on the left-hand side to the bottom bird on the right-hand side. Once they get that, they'll then exchange the birds back to the top row again. So the first bird will be back on the top on the left-hand side. So class Cage C is quite a nice bird, a Victorian bird. Very good length, very good length of mask. Looks like he's glued to the perch. He doesn't want to move. It's
Cage L in second place. Another Victorian bird in second place. You can just get a seam over Peter's shoulder there. Lovely outline.
Very clean-headed bird.
And then in third place we have KJ, which is from Tasmania. Lovely upright bird, standing there very well.
Very good quality, the first 3 birds.
And they all look in very good condition. Presented in wonderful condition.
Yeah.
And so the big KGF is in 4th place in the normal grey-green class. That's a South Queensland bird. Showing some nice modern facial features. Yeah.
Very big, strong, powerful bird.
Again, in lovely condition. Look how tight to the body feather is. Looks a picture.
Very nice directional cap feather. The cap goes right back behind the eye. Very strong shouldered bird.
Jeff seems to have captured the cameraman's eye. So panning out, we can see Cage D is in 5th place, which is a Western Australian bird, and Cage M is a bird
South
from South Australia.
Away.
So there's not much movement at the moment. So Cage C at the present time, the owner of Cage C in the grey-green class belongs to Ayal Alassian from Victoria. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Apologies if I haven't.
I'll go with the second bird. So that's cage L. That's R. Wilson from Victoria. And the third bird in cage L, sorry, that was the second bird in cage L. Third
Cage A.
bird, cage A, is
Derek Pearl from South Tasmania. Okay, just to mention too to the people that are streaming, on the ANBC page, there'll be a list of all the birds and the owners.
So there should be a link on there for the
live feed,
the cage, letter of the cage, and who the actual exhibitor is of that bird. So,
if you wish to do that yourself instead of waiting for us to mention whose the owners are. So they're still sorting out the top row in the grey-green class.
Cage A, that's the Tasmanian bird of Derek Pools. Cage F is
Alan
Kent from South Queensland, has got the bird in cage F.
Cage D is M&D Gearing.
From Western Australia.
Cage M
is the
Holmes family from South Australia. Cage B was the Holmes family from South Australia as well. Cage A is showing off there, sitting up quite nice.
He's caught the judge's eye there.
So it looked like they've settled on the first few birds, but as anyone that's been to a Nationals will know that sometimes birds don't settle to right at the end, and they'll find a bird on the bottom row and it'll come up to the top and work its way along. So the result isn't set yet, not until they mark the cage. So it's interesting that birds do come up from nowhere.
And as we said, there's the bird puts its best foot forward and catches the judge's attention, and that's when placings might change. You can also see there's a lot of consultation between the two judges as they're going through the class, working together as a team.
I'm liking the cap feather on cage F. It's got that modern cap, good master to go on along with that. So. Yes, it's a really modern face on this bird.
And the cameraman really seems to like cage F, so we're seeing quite a bit of it.
If anything on cage F, I probably would like to see the tail and the flight feathers come a little bit closer together. But that could be just a stress thing because they are going through a lot of stress at the moment.
Right, so
we're probably going to zoom across to the normal green shortly, and we'll give you an update on the placings on the normal greens.
And we can see there's a change in the order in the grey-green class. Cage U seems to have moved up. Cage U is a South Queensland bird, Joel Kewins.
Could.
Okay, so in the normal green class.
One of my favourite classes, the variety, normal green is such a beautiful bird when it's in a good exhibition bird. One of my favourite colours, the normal green.
They're very striking, very popular with people, a lot of people's favourites. So cage A is a New South Wales bird for Craig Barnett. Stephen's Arms just in the road there, but it looks like it could be B.
KGL.
KB is in second place, and B is a South Queensland bird for Gary Edwards. Cage F is in third place, and that's from Ray Slade from Victoria.
So that's all mixed up. So we've got 3 different states and zones in the first couple of birds,
which is good. Sharing it around.
Lovely face on the first bird there.
I think
super feather.
That's the second bird.
Second bird?
Yep.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, it is too. Sorry.
That's all right. We can see some more shuffling around of placings in the normal grey-green class.
Just to let the people know, we are not actually in the hall. We're in a room outside the hall, so we're just relying solely on the camera angles. So we don't have view of the birds in the room. We're outside in the hall.
So we're relying on that. What the camera sees is basically what we see.
So what you are seeing at home is what we are seeing on the screen.
Yep. So obviously the reason for that, we're in a completely separate room, is us talking about the exhibitors' names and what state they're from. The judges in no way possible can hear us. We're in a completely separate room, so hence the reason for that, to make it all fair and level. So Cage A in the normal green class, just recapping, that's Craig Barnett's bird from New South Wales. Cage F, Ray Slade's bird from Victoria. Cage B is Gary Edwards, South Queensland. And they've just been swapped around. Oh, they're about to make another change.
No, I think they're going top to bottom now. So what they're doing now, they're bringing the birds on the bottom row up to the top, and then they'll assess those birds when they do that. And once they assess the birds from the bottom row, they'll take the last bird on the bottom row and check with the last bird on the top row. So I'll combine that and see if there's any changes there.
So what's the reason, Gary, why they changed the top to bottom?
The reason for this is that the birds on the bottom are not on the same eye line as the birds on the top, so they need to get the birds on the bottom as the same eye line as the judges are looking at them, because there is, and the light's probably a little bit different on the bottom row, so they need to give the birds on the bottom the same advantage as the birds on the top row. So they'll just change the birds over. They'll go through from the first bird on the top row back to the last bird on the top row, and they'll adjust them to suit the standard of the bird, and then once they get the top row assessed, they'll exchange the bottom row back up, and then they'll do their final judging after that, their final placings.
So it's having those birds at the eye level of the judge and potentially giving them their chance to shine while they're on that top row.
Because you can see now, you can see it's probably a little bit darker in shadow lines on the bottom row than it is in the top. And birds do react to different shades and different shadow lines. So it gives every bird an equal opportunity to be assessed at their best.
And you'll often see that a bird that was originally on the bottom row, so in the second half of the field, so to speak, moves up quite considerably once they get on that top row. A little bit of different lighting, they start showing themselves and relaxing, and It
is frustrating for owners of birds that get birds selected in the nationals. If you can relate to Cage D, this is probably what you don't want your bird to be doing, is fluttering in the cage, doing cartwheels on the perch. There's always an advantage when a bird settles and shows himself to his best.
In saying that, but the judges are very good, very experienced, and they will do their best to get the bird up and showing on the perch.
Cage P at the present time in the light green class is a bird from Brenda Kamada from Western Australia. Quite a nice solid budgie as well.
Cage J there is from the same breeder.
It's just been moved up a row. Cage Q looks like it's got a very powerful shoulder and depth of mask.
Good, strong
That's a good
bird.
solid bird as well. So
that's Ian Schneider's bird from north central Queensland.
Very strong class. Very strong class. There's the bottom row. There's still some very powerful birds in the bottom row.
So we can see they're changing those birds from the top and bottom row. They're swapping them over again. So potentially we're getting somewhat closer to getting a final result.
It looks like the green class is just about ready to go.
So we can see that the judges, once they finish swapping the top and bottom rows back over, that they will concentrate on the placings of the birds. They'll run through the whole class again.
I'm loving the position on the perch of the third bird, Cage B. I think it was Cage B, showing itself.
I just wanted to say that everyone should be commended for making their bird available and getting it to this level. It's quite an honour to have a bird selected for your state team, to come away to the national show, to have that opportunity to be a national champion for 2022. So, yeah, well done to all the exhibitors. Lovely group of birds.
So they've exchanged the cages back now on the light normal green class. So I would think they'll assess the top row again.
So we've moved across to the normal grey green class. I'm not sure where we're up to here as to whether we've got the top row, bottom row, or whether we've swapped over again, but we'll have a look at that.
Cage C's got a very beautiful round cap.
It looks as though they have swapped the rows back over, so we have the judges have looked at the bottom row and now they're
Just assessing those and sorting those in order.
making sure they're getting their placings that they're happy with.
You'll notice that when Peter and Scott are looking at the birds, they're stepping away from the cages to give them. You get a better perspective of the bird when you step away from the cage, so they're doing that quite well.
It really gives you the opportunity to look at the whole outline of the bird. Also gives you the opportunity to compare birds in cages next to each other. Whereas the closer you are, you're focusing on one cage, take a few steps back and you're able to do a comparison between birds in cages next to each other. So
A lovely depth of mask on that cage F. Cage U standing upright, very lot of keel height from the perch.
lovely long bird, really good body length on cage U.
Cage U,
And that's our
Joel Kewen from
Joel Kewen, yep.
Queensland. Very nice bird.
Cage A next to that is a bird from Tasmania, Derek Poole. Derek Poole's bird. So we can see the placings currently at the moment in the normal grey-green class. Cage C, Cage L, Cage F. They just moved that. Cage C is the Victorian bird. Cage L in second place is also a Victorian bird. Cage F in third place is South Queensland bird for Alan Kemp. Cage U we just mentioned in fourth place of Joel Kewen from South Queensland. We can see Cage M there that the bird is doing a little bit of exercise this morning.
He's on the treadmill.
Obviously a good quality bird there, quite high up in the rankings.
What I'm finding impressive of both classes up to date is the position on the perch. There's not too many birds that aren't sitting a nice angle on the perch to give them that beautiful outline. I don't see too many birds slouching across the perch. They're all upright, which is a good thing when you're judging birds. You want that deportment and condition.
You can also see the consistency through the whole class, from the first bird right the way through the class. There's depth of quality, there's strength in the birds, because we're looking at the best of the best in the country.
So we're heading back to light greens now, because I think they're doing their final decisions, ready to mark those cages off now.
So as soon as we get to see those up close.
When they mark the cages, I will give you the owners and the states and zones. So Cage F is in the leading at the moment.
Yep, they're just about to merge.
So congratulations to Cage F, Ray Slade of Victoria.
First place in the normal green class. Second place goes to Cage B, which is Gary Edwards from South Queensland. Third place, and John's hand's just in front of that, Cage L is Hedrick Kamal from Victoria. Fourth place is Cage C, a Western Australian bird from Alan Jensky. I missed fifth place there, sorry about that.
Sixth place is Cage K.
Craig Barnett from New South Wales.
7's Cage G.
Cage G is Michael Sloper from South Australia. Cage D in 8th place is Russell and Cheryl Ogden from North Central Queensland. Cage R, by the looks of it, was in 9th place. Ray and German from Victoria Partnership. 11th place is Cage I, which is Bruce Schuster from North Central Queensland. 12th place to Cage Q, which is Ian Schneider from North Central Queensland. 13 is
Cage E.
We're going very quickly through these.
We'll go through these again when Dave Ganser, the show manager, reads them out, so he'll go through it again and we'll just give you the updates then.
We'll also hear the judges make some comments on the class as well.
Just to let you know too that as Tori's calling them out in alphabetical order, our sheet isn't in alphabetical order, so we're in our sheets in zones, so they might have three different, or they will have three complete numbers, so cut one's F.
So congratulations again to Ray Slade from Victoria, winning the normal green class in Cage F. He seems to be happy with himself at the moment.
Or waiting to go home. Okay, so we're heading back to the grey-green class.
Because we're getting to the pointy end of that class now. You can see the judges have made a couple of changes there, so we'll try and give you Cage B. Actually, no, they're top and bottoming the class.
Yes.
So they're swapping the top row with the bottom row. So we're not at the pointy end of the class, apologies for that. Very strong class of birds, the normal grey-green class. As you can see, I was talking about that consistency early on. Scott and Peter are swapping the top row and the bottom row over at the moment. We'll try and give you some names for the exhibitors of the cages in that grey-green class.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. We just lost the camera feed there, so hopefully rather than looking at us, we can get back to the birds shortly.
Okay.
First in the light green class, F. Second is B. Third is L. Fourth is C. Fifth is O. Sixth is K. Seventh is G. Eighth is D. Ninth is R. 10th is P. 11th is I. 12th is Q. 13th is J. 14th is E. 15th is H. 16th is S. 17th is M. 18th is U. 19th is T. And 20th is N. The bird in Cage A was removed from the bench due to ill health.
Okay, just hopefully we go back to the grey-green class.
So in regards to the normal green class, they will put up a list of the placings. So we apologise we couldn't get you the complete list then of the placings in the green class, but
we'll
that
definitely,
will be forthcoming.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to that.
So they should remove the normal green birds in the normal green class off the staging shortly, and they'll bring the next class up behind those, which should be the normal blue class.
Do you want us to go back to the light greens?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
We can't get the order.
Are you hearing me call them through each time?
It's too hard.
So just looking at the normal grey-green class, you can see the judges giving those birds that were on the bottom row an opportunity, giving their chance to shine up there on the top row. As Gary mentioned early on, that change in lighting, that change in position can make a big difference and potentially mean that a bird can move up several places. You can see Scott and Peter having a good discussion there over the bird. It's in cage R and cage S. So those two birds are a Tasmanian bird and a bird from Western Australia. So cage R is Sean Buckingham from Tasmania. Cage S, Gearings from Western Australia.
Cage D.
Cage D behind those, just behind
Gearing
those,
as well.
another gearing bird.
Cage 2 was Russell Ogden.
From North Central Queensland. Sorry, Scott's arms in the road there and we can't see. Yes, thank you, Scott.
Cage E.
Cage E, Ian Schneider from North Central Queensland as well. So we can see some of those birds that may not have been relaxed early on.
Just like to mention too that there's a bird running in 6th in the grey-green class is in the ANBC auction. So well done to get a bird that's run 6th in the Nationals and have it up for auction. Well done.
Well done to the breeder for putting a bird of that quality in an auction up for sale. So in regards to that auction, you can register on the auction 32 site and basically when you register it'll go through for approval. Once approval's been given, you're good to go. You're able to bid on those particular birds if you wish to.
So this is the final change now of the grey-greens. Scotty's taking the bottom bird and taking it to the top. Peter's taking the top bird and taking it to the bottom. So normally the first couple of classes are always a little bit longer to finish because the judges have to get it in a sequence. They need to work out each other's preferences to birds. So the first two classes are always normally the hardest. When you haven't done a nationals for a while and you come to the national format, you have to get yourself into a sequence. So when someone's going to take the top birds to the bottom, someone's going to take the bottom birds to the top. So that all comes in the first couple of classes. So once that's done, from then on the flow is quite simple because you know your routines. Always, the first two classes are always the longest classes judged.
The other thing to consider too is usually a judge judges on his own. So yes. Working together with another judge, obviously consultation, conversation.
Yeah, because every judge has a little bit different view on what they like and what's closest to the standard. So it's getting a combination together with the judging so that you're both on the same page when it comes to the winning bird. Yep. And all the birds subsequently after that. And
the upside of that is we're talking about a national championship up for office, so having those two judges critiquing the birds, then we're making sure the best of the best wins on the day.
And you have to give the birds all the time they require.
Good morning, everyone. We've just finished the first class.
Okay, so Stephen Moe now is the judge of the greens. He's just giving a rundown of the bird.
When for the last few years, as we all know, nothing's happened. And unfortunately, we know most of you aren't here. So we feel very honoured. John and I, had the pleasure of judging the green class. And I don't know that I've been at a national where the strength of the greens has gone way down to the end. When I talk about the birds, we had a bird that when we first looked at it, we thought was going to be the winner. And he was. The only problem is at the time he was running around like he is now, and we couldn't actually see him. But this is a most powerful budgie. He's everything that you want in today's budgie to exhibit and to breed on with. He's got shoulder, he's got squareness all the way through, he's got directional feather. He's just a powerful brute of a bird. The second bird is very similar. You could almost say they're brothers, very similar in shape. The only difference between the two, and if you ever get the chance to look at them closely, and I hope you can via the video, is that he just narrows in just a little bit from the shoulders. And that's the difference between the two. We come down to the third bird, and once again, this is a really big, strong budgie. Similar features to the others, a little bit more, once again, coming in from the shoulders. The thing that spoiled this bird is he's actually nearly going to lose his tail, so his silhouette shape isn't quite what you need on a day like today. Had the tail been in perfect order, he could possibly have gone up another level. C is just a good overall budgie. Any other day probably could have won, but he's come up against something that's just that little bit more. They were really strong all the way down to 10th position. The bird that we really like the look of, and we put in first place from the word go, was K. K's got all the flair. When you look at the comparison between the two, he hasn't got the shoulder strength. But this bird's got a major problem, and we didn't see it until we moved him. And as soon as you move him, he's got a wing issue. And so we penalised him very heavily for that. Okay, we don't want wings on our budgies. Overall, it was a really, really strong class. Even, you know, birds down 11th and 12th are good budgies. But the winning bird, I don't know who owns it, whoever owns it, congratulations, it's a great budgie. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like Peter and they're ready to do the grey-green class now, so
hopefully you could hear those comments from the judge there in the normal green class, Stephen Moe. And it does now look like we're at the pointy end with the normal grey-green class. Peter and Scott having a conversation there, just making sure they're happy with their final placements. So we've got cage C at the moment in front in the normal grey-green class, which is a Victorian bird. So currently sitting in first place. Currently sitting in second place is cage L, also a Victorian bird. Cage U in third place at the moment. Cage F is in fourth place at the moment. So cage U is a South Queensland bird. Cage F is also a South Queensland bird. So we can just see, moving on there, cage F. Cage A is in fifth place. So cage A is a bird from Tasmania, from Derek Poole. Cage M, currently in sixth place, is from the bird from the Holmes family of South Australia. You can see Peter's moving that bird, wanting to have a look at it on the perch. Looks like he's doing he or her doing their best work at the moment, standing up there very nicely. Cage M is after cage A. Cage M is also a bird from the Holmes family of South Australia.
So it's official. Cage C is the winner of the 2046 ANBC show.
So we can see cage L's second place there. Congratulations. Third place goes to cage U. Fourth place to cage F. Fifth place goes to cage A. Sixth place to cage M. Seventh place goes to cage K. Eighth place goes to cage G. Ninth place goes to cage P. 10 for cage J, 10th place. 11th in cage B. 12th is cage O. 13th place goes to cage N. 14th place goes to cage Q. 15th place cage I. 16th place goes to cage H. 17th place goes to cage R. 18th place goes to cage S. 19th place to cage D. And 20th place to cage 10. 10. And 21st place to cage E. 21st to E and 20th to T. Okay, so hopefully shortly you can hear Peter Thurn, one of the judges in the grey-green class, make some comments on that particular class.
The winners of the normal grey-green class. First is cage C. Second is cage L. Third is cage U.
Hopefully you can hear them going through
Fourth
the positions and the cage
F.
numbers in the normal grey-green
Fifth
class on the
is
live
cage
feed.
A. Sixth is cage M. Seventh is cage K. Eighth is cage G. Ninth is cage P. 10th is cage J. 11th is cage B. 12th cage O. 13th is cage N. 14th is cage Q. 15th is cage I. 16th is cage H. 17th is cage R. 18th is cage S. 19th is cage D. 20th is cage T. And 21st is cage E.
Okay, so hopefully you'll hear from one of the judges in the normal grey-green class shortly. I think it was Peter Thurn was going to make some comments on the birds.
So, congratulations to the winners.
Okay, so just before I start, just on behalf of Scott and myself, thanks to the BCSA for allowing us to come over and participate in this event. It's quite a thrill to be part of the first streamed Budgie Nationals, and yeah, we're all very happy to be here. Look, this was a challenging class to judge, but it also a very enjoyable class to judge. There's a bird at the top of this class which is just a modern power budgie who really just picked himself, and you know he's just got so much width, so much strength, magnificent spots, tons of width across the frontal. He really is a credit to whoever's bred him. He's an absolute quality budgie, and he stood out right from the word go. A beautiful, stylish budgie in second today, again showing lots of modern features. Unfortunately, not quite the power of the guy in first place, but a real super soft-feathered, lovely modern budgerigar with a good shape. Probably let himself down a little because he didn't want to show as much as we would have liked. We then come down to a couple of really stylish budgies down here in third and fourth. We've given the bird in third a bit of an advantage over the bird in fourth today because he's got a nicer sort of wing carriage about him. They both stand well off the perch and show well. Really got to admire the frontal on the bird in fourth as well. It's a real feature, and just unfortunately his wings just let him down from time to time. The bird in fifth, another nice budgie, probably just lacked some of the modern features around the face of the four birds above him. So it was a pleasurable class to judge. Maybe just a comment on the hen down here in 11th. She was a bird that troubles us a bit. She's not necessarily a bird that seems confident on the perch, but she's a power hen, and I would have liked to have seen her up a bit further if she decided to show a bit more, but she probably let herself down a little today. But still a real powerful, solid hen. Congratulations to all the breeders of these budgies. They're a wonderful collection of birds.
They're going to come back to you in a second.
Okay, just got caught out. live.
Gotta love it. So, congratulations again to the winner of the normal grey-green class, Armin Arslanian from Victoria.
Well done, beautiful bird.
And again, in case someone missed it earlier on, the winner of the normal green class was Ray Slade from Victoria.
So Victoria off to a good start.
So we've got 2 national winners already. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. And the next 2 classes we'll have up and running are the normal blue class and the normal violet class.
Okay.
So hopefully the first class we get to have a look at, I would dare say, will be the normal blues. And you can see just briefly there, they've been brought out onto the staging for the judges to start looking at.
Yes.
So again, we've got our judges John Mully and Stephen Moe having a look at the normal blue class.
I think just about ready to release all the placings in the first 2 classes, the normal green and the normal grey-green.
Fantastic. Good stuff.
So just a bit of an update from the first 2 classes. Out of the previous 5 years, Victoria have won it 3 times. So last year was won by Jeffrey Leong. Previous in 2018 it was New South Wales. 2017 was New South Wales. 2016 was Victoria, and 2015 was South Queensland. So Victoria have added another one to the list.
So that's the normal green class, class 1 that was?
In the normal grey-greens, it was won by Victoria again last year. The previous year was South Australia, then came South Queensland, South Australia and South Queensland. So they've had a bit of a hold on that for the last 5 years, but Victoria now have won 2 in a row.
Traditionally very strong classes, the normal green class, the normal grey-green class, very, very high quality budgerigars. Okay, so we can see Stephen having a look at the normal blue class. So while they're doing that, and before we get into some cage numbers, we'll just give you a bit of a background on normal blues, a bit of history there. So normal bluebirds first appeared in Belgium in 1878, and they were first exhibited in England in 1910. The normal blues, first normal blues were brought to Australia, so they were imported into the country in 1918. So again, normal blues have been around in this country for over 100 years. Other than the normal sky blue I was just mentioning, cobalts is another colour that can be found in the normal blue class. Cobalts first was seen in France in 1923 by a breeder there, and mauves first appeared in 1924, so shortly after the cobalts first appeared. So they are potentially 3 colours we can see in the normal blue class: sky blues, cobalts and mauves.
So, and on the other class, class 4, we have the violet class.
So in regards to violets, they evolved in Australia in the early 1930s, so just under 100 years of having violets in this country. And they appeared in Australia in roughly Sydney, Victoria, Newcastle in New South Wales, all around the same time. So yeah, your normal violets popped up in several states roughly around the same time, in the early 1930s. So. Striking birds, normal violets, as you'll see when the camera gets across to those class. Very attractive colour bird, very popular with people. So it's very early days on in the normal blue class, but currently cage F, cage A and cage C are in the first three placings. But as you can see, Stephen and John are moving cages around, finding that order, that position that they initially think the bird belongs based on first view, first look at the bird. So hopefully, yeah, now's the time for birds to relax, show their best, catch the judge's eye, and give themselves every opportunity. In saying that, the judges will devote time to every bird in the class, giving them their chance. You can see there the normal violet class as well. Scott Erickson, our judge on our right there, is doing exactly what we were talking about early on, working on that bird, giving it every opportunity to put its best foot forward. You could see Scott was using the paddle there to help, as well as the judge's stick. He's using the paddle to help the bird up onto the perch. Again, giving it every opportunity to put its best foot forward, hop up on the perch, show its shape, its outline, its best qualities.
While Mark's talking through the violet class, I'm just updating the placing list so I can read that through later for you.
Just in case anyone misses out on it, we can run through that. So as a general, on a whole, you can see in the normal violet class, most of the birds are perching. Most of them are up on the perch and showing themselves. Cage C there, Scott's got the paddle in the cage, which has helped that bird relax and hop up on the perch. We actually can see the four judges in consultation over a bird in the normal violet class, and cage D, it looks like they were having a discussion about. Not sure what's going on there, why the judges have moved that bird. But I'm sure the reason for that will be addressed in the comments at the end of the class. Obviously, we're not privy to the conversation that the judges are having, so. But we can see that there's some movement in the normal violet class. Cage G has just moved up into second placing in the class in these early stages. Quite a bit of movement of cages and positioning. Cage G in second place, cage C in third place. They've just moved cage M up into fourth place. Looks like cage S is in first place currently in the normal violet class. So just in these early stages, judges are working on their positioning of birds in the class, and of course they'll move the top row down the bottom and the bottom row up the top to give every bird that equal opportunity of being viewed at eye level by the judges. We can see again there's a little bit more movement. Potentially that particular bird has hopped on the perch and showed itself, and therefore improved its chances and moved up several places. Quite a bit of movement in the normal violet class in this early stage, but that's to be expected. Birds have only just come out and been put on the staging, so the judges are having a good look at the birds. Hopefully shortly we'll get some closer up footage of the birds so we can make some comments on them. A bit hard from that distance, but there we go. We've got some birds in the normal blue class. Good strong class. Very consistent level of quality in that class. A lot of good sized strong birds. So we've got cage F currently in first place in the normal sky blue, not normal sky blue, normal blue class. Cage F, the judge is working on that. That is a South Australian bird for the Holmes family. Cage H is a Victorian bird for Ian Hunter. Cage A, currently in third place, Alan Jensky from Western Australia. Cage C is a bird from Victoria for the partnership of Shepherd and Flanagan. Okay, so we can see the judges there in the normal blue class. Stephen and John are swapping the birds over. Birds that were currently on the top row are being moved to the bottom row and vice versa. While the judges are moving those, just wanted to mention that there's still a few lucky squares available for
Wayne Wiedenhoffer's Yellow-Faced Blue. So anybody wishing to buy some more lucky squares, could they please contact Ian Wise? Thank you.
You'll see that on the Facebook page, Australian National Budgerigar Council Facebook page. You'll find the link there. Send a message through and Ian will endeavour to get back to you.
Just a quick word before, when they had the camera on the violets, isn't it a beautiful colour, the violet colour? There's some stunning coloured violets in that class.
It's a really eye-catching colour, that intense purple colour.
And you can just have a look at quickly be in front of Scotty Cage L. That's a beautiful position on the perch. He's sitting upright, a lot of distance from the feet to the top, so he's a beautiful bird.
Try and give you an update on the exhibitors with the current standings in the violet class. Again, we're very early days in the judging of this class, but looks like Cage J is in second place.
Cage J,
just around Scott's shoulder there.
So Cage J.
Cage J is Alan Jensky from Western Australia.
Just might mention that Alan's got all three of the Western Australian birds in the violet class, so congratulations.
That'd be Gary's phone. You can hear dinging there.
I just have to mention that our walkie-talkie has the battery's gone flat, so I'm getting my information now through my phone, and these are the text messages I'm getting from the show manager. So please bear with me. I've just turned the volume completely off, so you can see that.
So we can see, you can see there the good body length, strength in those birds in the normal blue class that we get a close-up look at.
So
Cage S in the violet class is currently in first place. So Cage S is a Victorian bird of Ray Slade's, who won the normal green class. So
Ray's doing well.
Cage J, as we mentioned, Western Australian bird. Cage G looks to be in third place currently, which is a bird from North Central Queensland team for Michael Pace.
So currently in the blues, Cage F is the Holmes family, Cage H, Ian Hunter, Cage A, Is that Alan
Western Australian bird.
Jaeski.
Cage C is the bird from Victoria, Shepherd and Flanagan Partnership.
Cage D is,
Cage G
is Brian Walters.
Brian Walters from South Queensland, and Cage D is Wally Kappa from New South Wales. You can see Cage E there after that.
So I think they're very close now.
So you can see the judges spending time on the birds in the normal blue class. See Stephen there working to get the bird on the perch to have a good look at it.
Probably a good comparison of why the birds are on the top row. Have a look at the F and H and the body size and shoulder size compared to the few above. And that's probably the reason the birds are on the top, which will be on the bottom row, are competing in those top spots, because they probably lack the size of the birds that are on the top row.
It's just that little bit of impact, that little bit of overall power in the bird, substance of shoulder, a little bit of length of body.
Because as you can all be aware, it's a very high standard at the Nationals, and I congratulate anybody that gets a bird at the national staging, because it's quite an honour to have a bird selected.
Exactly, to get a bird to represent your state, you're already a winner.
Yes, definitely. So don't worry where you run. You've won already being here.
It's quite an achievement. There's some lovely birds on that second row in the normal blue class. Looks like shortly we're getting to the stage in the normal violet class where I would say we will be swapping rows over shortly. So
they're bringing the bottom row back to the top now for the final placings.
We've just had a little bit of shuffling around there. Look between about the 9th and 10th place bird there. Okay, so as Gary mentioned, they're swapping over bottom row for top row in the normal blue class.
So it won't be long before we have another Logie winner in the normal blue class.
I'm sure there's some very excited exhibitors out there eagerly waiting the result.
KGS is a very good variety bird. Look at the depth of colour and the black and the white in the markings in the wing.
Very striking bird. That was the bird of Ray Slades from Victoria in cage S.
That contrast of the black and the white is so important. Cage Jace, another good example of the violet. Beautiful spotted bird, very clean in the top end.
Solid through the body. Cage G there, currently in third place, is Michael Pace's bird from North Central Queensland zone.
I think the violets over the years are one of the varieties that have improved the most. There's some stunning violets at the Nationals in the last few years. So hats off to the violet breeders, keep going.
Okay, so we can see there in the violet class that Scott brought up the bird at the front of the bottom row to compare against the bird at the end of the top row.
To see if there's any change there, because you need to do that.
Making sure they're happy with those placings before they start swapping the rows over. You can see in the normal blue class that Stephen Moe's working on a bird again in that class, trying to get it on the perch, and he had some success there. It's hard to see from there.
They'd be very close to finalising their top row on the normal blue class.
So you can see Stephen's move that bird.
That's the bird that was on the front of the bottom row, so he's compared that to the bird at the bottom, the last bird on the top row, because sometimes they do change.
Very striking bird colour-wise, the bird in KGS in the violet class. So we can see Peter and Scott are going to swap the rows over. But currently in the violet class, the bird in KGS is doing itself no harm at all, sitting there lovely, hasn't moved. So as we mentioned early on, they must be getting fairly close to making decisions in the normal blue class, so hopefully we'll get back across to them shortly. As previously mentioned, moving that bottom row up so the judges can look at the birds at eye level, see the best of them at eye level, giving them every opportunity to put their best foot forward. All the time the judges are moving the cages, they're looking at the birds. As you can imagine, lots of things to look at, lots of birds in the classes. They look like they're really enjoying themselves too, Peter and Scott, as are Stephen and John. Fantastic opportunity to judge the birds at a national show. So as Gary mentioned earlier on, you can see the judges standing back, having a look at the birds.
Okay, back. Had to have a toilet stop.
Thanks
Stuck us out here.
Thanks for that update, Gary. Yep, we all needed to know that.
We're all human.
We're all good. He washed his hands. So, yep. All right. So they're working on that bottom row that they've moved to the top in the normal violet class. You can see the quality of birds there is quite similar.
I was just going to mention Cage N's got a beautiful position on the perch. It looks like he's jumped up a couple of positions.
Well, there you go.
Looks like he's jumped to the front from 4th position, which is a big thing for Cage N, which was Gary and Diane Piermont from New South Wales.
So, as you can see, moving that bottom row up to the top row, seeing Cage N up at eye level, has given him his chance to put his best foot forward, and he's moved up several places.
So we have the winners in the normal blue class.
So we've got F, H, A, C, G in 5th place, D in 6th place, E in 7th place, T in 8th, 9th place for U, 10th place Cage S, I think that was.
Cage F is 1. So congratulations to the home family
Of South
H is
Australia.
2.
Proud exhibitors of the national champion in the normal blue class. Well done to them. th place for Cage J, 19th place for Cage B, 20th place for Cage I.
Looks like it was a very strong class, the normal blues.
And again, shortly you'll get to hear all the results of the class, the normal blue class, Cage Class 3, and you'll also get to hear comments from one of the judges. So we can see in the normal violet class, Peter and Scott having a discussion about the particular birds, conferring.
Still making changes?
Making sure that, they're happy with their placings. So again, another cage move for the bottom row in the normal violet class. Just want to say congratulations. There's nothing like seeing the smile of the exhibitor who wins a national class.
Yep, for Dave when he reads it. Oh, okay. Mark, sorry.
So we've got Peter and Scott deep in conversation about the birds in the normal violet class. So we can see that little bit of movement of the original top row down to the bottom row. You can see a little bit further into the class the birds have settled a bit more since they've been out on the staging. You can see the judges having a conversation about those birds in the first few places currently.
The results of the normal blue class, class 3. First, cage F. Second is cage H. Third is cage A. Fourth is cage C. Fifth is cage G. Sixth is cage D. Seventh is cage E. Eighth is cage T. Ninth is cage U. 10th is cage S. 11th is cage N. 12th is cage Q. 13th is cage L. 14th is cage M. 15th is cage K. 16th is cage O. 17th is cage R. 18th is cage J. 19th is cage B. 20th is cage I.
You don't want to do it on there. So hopefully shortly we hear some comments on the normal blue class. You can just see Stephen Moe writing some comments down to discuss with us shortly.
We didn't get a chance to get all the placings on the normal blue class, so we'll endeavour to do that.
Apologies about that, but congratulations again to all the exhibitors in the normal blue class. Quite an achievement to have a bird at the National Championship. Well done to you all, and a special well done to the Holmes family, winners of the normal blue class for 2022. Proud owners of a national champion. Okay, so it looks like they're moving the birds in the normal violet class. Looks like they've moved the bottom of the top row back to the top. So currently in first place we have cage S, which is from Ray Slade from Victoria. Sorry, they've just gone to the end of that class. The right-hand section of that normal violet class.
They're looking at cage C now, which is Chris and Elena Rogers from New South Wales.
Cage O there, the judges are looking at as well, concentrating on getting that bird on the perch. Cage O is from Alan Jensky from Western Australia.
Doesn't seem to be any changes to the top
Cage
three.
J in second place is again Alan Jensky from Western Australia. Cage G currently in third place is Michael Pace from North Central Queensland. Fourth place is Cage A currently, which is
Grant and Tammy Butel from South Queensland.
Fifth place currently is Cage O. Alan Jensky from Western Australia, so he's doing quite well in that class. Several birds. Cage O, yeah, we had a look at that. Cage E, John Innes from Victoria. As Gary mentioned, Cage C there, Chris and Ellie Rogers from New South Wales. So they're actually putting the numbers on the cages now. So, congratulations to Ray Slade from Victoria. I'm just going to try and take these placings down. 7th place to cage C.
I'll get Mark to call the cages out for me.
8th place cage M. 9th place is cage F. 10th place cage I. 11th place cage R. 12th place to cage N. 13th place to cage B. 14th place to cage P. 15th place to cage K. 16th place to cage H. 17th place to cage L. 18th place to cage T. 19th place to cage U, and finally 20th place to cage Q. Congratulations to all the exhibitors of the normal violet class, and a special congratulations to the winner of the 2022 National Championship, Ray Slade from
Congratulations,
Victoria.
Ray.
So Ray's had a cracking start to the weekend. We're 4 classes in and Ray's won 2 of them. Congratulations to him. Okay.
Good morning all.
We're hearing from John Mully.
The normal blues. First bird, cage F, a big strong bird, standout in the class with well-rounded top end, strong around the sear, and had all the modern features of a budgerigar. Was an easy winner. Second bird in cage H, a long bird, without the feather structure around the sear when compared with the ones in front, and the flight feathers just weren't quite as neat when it was stirred up. Third bird in cage A, very modern bird without the body length and the strength of those 2 birds in front. Fourth bird in cage C, once again a big strong shoulder with cap and feather, but not quite as strong as the birds in front. Fifth bird in cage G, another big strong cock, but not as strong as those in front of him, but a credit to the breeder. Just the same, thank you.
Okay, so we're just back there. You heard from John Mully with comments about the normal blue class. So we'll just go through the first 3 placings of that normal, the normal violet class for you again. So
the results of Class 4, normal violet class.
Second place,
First,
Alan Jeske.
cage S. Second is cage J. Third is cage G. Fourth is cage A. Fifth is cage O. Sixth is cage E. Seventh is cage C. Eighth is cage M. Ninth is cage F. 10th is cage I. 11th is cage R. 12th is cage N. 13th is cage B. 14th is cage P. 15th is cage K. 16th is cage H. 17th is cage L. 18th is cage T. 19th is cage U. 20th is cage Q. And the cage number D was disqualified, and I'll hand over to Scotty Erickson for the judges' comments. And
Okay, Peter and I had the luxury of judging the violets. Some very nice birds amongst them. S was the most complete bird in the class. J is an impressive power bird who just doesn't hold together as well as the first bird in feather and the wings, just holds things out a little bit more. The third bird, cage G, tremendous power, tremendous modern face, but just lacks the power of the birds above. And cage A in fourth, complete bird, just didn't show as well and lacks the modern features of the birds above. And cage O is a strong hen, nice hen but beautiful spots, not quite the front of the bird above it. And cage D was DQ'd because of tail. Thank you very much.
11th is in. Okay, so you just heard from Scott Erickson with comments about the normal violet class. Again, congratulations to all the exhibitors of that class. Well done. Lovely, strong class of birds. Judges look like they had a lot of fun judging that class, as they do with all classes. Okay, so the next two classes that we should have come up, Class 5 and Class 6. Class 5, the normal grey class. Class 6, the normal yellow face, any standard colour class. So, yeah, hopefully they'll be on the staging shortly. We'll get to have a look at those classes. But so far, 4 classes we've gone through, 4 very happy exhibitors, the proud owners of national champions for 2022.
Just a bit of background on the normal grey class, previous winners over the last 5 years. So the normal grey class last year went to Henry George from South Queensland. 2018 it went to New South Wales. 2017 went to North Queensland, Northern Central Queensland, sorry. 16 went to Victoria and 15 went to Victoria. So it's spread out across the field there. So we'll have a new champion this year and see where we arrive.
So just a bit of history about the normal greys. Normal greys were first recognised in 1935 by Mrs. Harrison in Victoria, who obtained those from a dealer that was selling some birds at the time. Normal greys could usually come in 3 shades, a light, a medium and a dark. So you may see a bit of variation in the shades of grey that we see in this class. A grey mutation all around the same time appeared in England. So yeah, there's a little bit of history about the normal greys. And the other class we should be seeing, which you can see being put up on the staging now, is the normal yellow face cage. So Gary, you want to give us some background?
Yeah, just a bit of history in the previous wins over the last 5 years. So last year it was Jane N. Goodall from Northern and Central Queensland. Previous to that it was New South Wales, South Queensland, New South Wales and New South Wales. So out of that for the last 5 years, New South Wales has won 3 out of the last 5. So it'll be interesting to see how the results go today.
Yep. And the yellow face blue mutation, it popped up in England in 1963 and it was first exhibited at the Yorkshire Observer Show in Bradford in 1938. And basically the English yellowface mutation, they used to call it, arrived in Australia when imports came in the early 1990s. There also is another yellow face mutation, the golden face, Australian golden face, that we'll see later on in the weekend. So let's get...
Just before we go on, just like to take this opportunity to thank Mark. He's done a lot of research for this weekend, so it'll help give a little bit of insight to where the varieties evolved from, and hopefully it's helpful to the people out that are streaming, a bit of information for them as well.
Nice
so
work,
thanks,
guys.
mate.
The check's in the mail. All right, so the normal grey class, again, Stephen Moe and John Mully judging the normal grey class. on our left-hand side.
So what I might do is what we haven't done prior to this, I might just give you the cage numbers and the owners of the birds prior, so you can have an idea of who owns the birds. So in cage E, they're not in alphabetical order, but cage E is R&D Simpson from South Australia. Cage K is Holmes Family, South Australia. Cage T is Kokoski and Rice from South Australia. Cage A is Ray Slade. Cage J is Wayne Kachia from Victoria and Ron Howard from Victoria. Cage B is Andrew Cusack from New South Wales. N is Dennis Tipping from New South Wales. And S is Chris and Ellie Rogers from New South Wales. Cage G, Sean Buckingham from Tasmania. Dale Ward from Tasmania and Mel Goldsmith from Tasmania in LNP. Cage F's M&D Gearing, Western Australia. Cage H is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Cage Q, M&D Gearing, Western Australia. Cage C is Russell and Cheryl Ogden from Northern and Central Queensland. Cage I is Ian Schneider from North and Central Queensland. And Cage U, DNS Brooks from Northern and Central Queensland. And Cage D is from the Bowl family in South Queensland. And Cage M is Grant and Tammy Butel from South Queensland. So it looks like we're one bird short from South Queensland in this class.
Okay, so it looks like they've got Cage T currently in the normal grade class, first position. So Cage T is South Australian bird for partnership of Kokoski and Rice. They've just panned out there, sorry, so I can't get you a... Oh yes, second place, Cage A in the normal grade class currently is Ray Slade again. He's having a fantastic weekend. Cage S currently in third position by the looks of it, Chris and Ellie Rogers from New South Wales.
It's early stages yet. So.
Very early. We're just giving you basically where those first few are sitting currently. There'll be a lot of shuffling around because the birds are have just appeared on the staging, so the judges are having a good look at the birds, working out where they think those birds sit position-wise. We can see in the yellow face,
presently
normal yellow
Cage
face
F
class.
is at the top of the front. So Cage F we're looking at now is...
Bowl family of
yes,
South Queensland. As we mentioned, there's a lot of positional changes in the early stages as the judges sort out where they're happy with birds to be placed.
Just to make mention this too, there's a couple of states and zones that haven't got birds in this class. So Tasmania and Western Australia don't have any yellow-faced blue, which is disappointing.
Another interesting observation in the yellow-faced blue class is that the Bowl family had all three yellow-faced blues representing South Queensland. So well done to them.
There might be a bit of a glitch here on this printout because actually class 5 is in with class 6 here, and I think class where I said there was only 2 for South Queensland, I'm thinking there is an extra bird in South Queensland, Cage R. It's in the yellow face class and it should be in the grey class, so that's Bowl family. This is on our fact sheet.
Gary's completely lost me there, but it looks as though there was...
So they got 4. They had 4.
Okay, yep, all right. So the sheets they've given us 4 South Queensland birds in the yellow-faced blue class and
yes.
2 in the normal grey class, whereas there should be 3 in each class representing South Queensland. So but as you can see, as Gary mentioned, we're a few birds shorter than normal in the yellow-faced blue class.
So this should give Peter and Scott a chance to catch up.
A lovely bird. You can see beautiful clean cap. The normal grey in Cage T. Good spot, good width of mask.
Cage A, that's Ray Slade. So we've got Kokoski and Rice in Cage T.
You can see Cage S showing good cap feather, Good width of cap, nice spot.
Good spot.
Good even size spot too. Cage E looks to be standing up well, looks a bird with some power. That's R.D. Simpson from South Australia in cage E, the bird in cage E.
The top row so far are quite high standard.
Nice feathering
Good
up
clean.
the back of the neck in cage E.
Good clean caps, good depth of masks. So it looks like it's going to be a very strong class and a hard class to judge, I would think. Yellow-faced blue class, which is pleasing. There's not too many greys. Looks like they're nearly all skies or normal blue series. Not a lot of grey series, which used to dominate the yellow-face class.
We can see the judges having a look of the bottom row in the normal grey class, making a few positional changes. That could come about by the bird relaxing, putting its best foot forward.
Just on the staging and the lighting, I think the lighting's quite good actually. The birds don't seem to have a lot of shadow line and they don't seem to be affected by the glare of the lighting, so I think it's a good lighting system.
You can see when we get that wider shot, especially the yellow-faced blue class there, that you can see the evenness of light pretty much from the top row to the bottom row. There's not a great difference in lighting, which is obviously difficult. But
to get it perfect.
Looks to be about as good as you can get it.
So that's after 4 classes.
Okay, so we can see judges coming together and having a conversation about a bird in the yellow-faced blue class.
It looks like they're
conferring about one of the birds on the left there, on the left.
One of the first two placing looks like the second place bird, or could be looking at both at the front.
John's having a very close look at the first bird. Judges have obviously identified something that they want to discuss. Looks to be some very strong birds in that yellow-faced blue class. You can see from that shot length of body the birds have in that class. They're good sized birds.
While the judge is conferring on this yellow-faced class, I'd like to give you an update on these Shield standings at the moment. So in first place at the current time is Victoria with 100 points, South Queensland with 74 points, Western Australia with 61 points, New South Wales with 57 points, South Australia with 50 points, Northern and Central Queensland with 43 points, and Tasmania with 35 points. Now the spread's pretty close, so this is probably as close as competition we've had in a lot of years. The spread over the 7 zones is quite close, which is good to see.
So that points update for the different zones, that's after the first 4 classes, the points so far.
So it didn't look like they changed anything when they were viewing, so they must have conferred and agreed on what they were looking at.
Just a slight change there for the 4th and 5th place birds currently in the yellow-faced blue class.
We have a grey yellow-face at the front at the moment, Cage F.
Cage F, which belongs to
the Bowl family. Cage Q is ANC Drury from New South Wales, who's always been very strong in the yellow-face class. He's won a few nationals now in the yellow-face class. And Cage P,
the Bowl family again,
so
from
running
South Queensland.
First and second, which is lovely to see.
4th placing currently
Cage A,
as they're judging them, Cage A.
Shepherd and Flanagan.
The partnership from Victoria. So some good depth of quality. Having a look at the 4th and 5th birds there. Cage B is the next bird in the yellow-faced blue class, which is Matt Hollyoaks from New South Wales.
Cage B, yes. Looks a very nice length of cap over the eye, that cage B. Sitting there looking at it now, it's
nice
quite a long bird as well.
Cage D, again, nice outline. Yellow-faced blue class.
That's from Russell and Cheryl Ogden. Beautiful position on the perch.
And there's the bird currently in first place in the yellow-faced blue class, but of course we haven't completed judging yet. Judges are still looking at all the birds in the class. Over in the normal grey class, you can see just a minor placing change there. Looked about the 7th and 8th placings birds, or 6th or 7th placing birds currently in the normal grey class. Stephen and John just swapped 2 cages around.
Cage N, there's another on the bowl family, so they've got 3 birds in the top row. Just moved up 1 more place.
It's quite a feat. Same exhibitors to have 3 birds on the top row in 1 class.
So it looks like now they're referring the first bird on the bottom row to the last bird on the top row. They'll assess that pair, and if there's no changes, that cage K will come back to the bottom row.
Yep. So they're bringing that bird up so they can do a side-by-side comparison against those 2 birds together. And as you can see they've swapped those around.
So that's what I was talking about. They need to give the birds on the bottom row as equal chance with the birds on the top row. So Scotty and Peter are now changing them top row to the bottom to give the birds on the bottom row a more detailed assessment. This has been a good strong class of blues as well. There's some very nice strong birds in the yellow-faced blue class. The bird in cage F hasn't moved since the start of judging. It sat there in the right position, showing a lot of good back skull on that bird.
You can see the overall width, length of body, just that presence that bird in cage F has. As Gary mentioned, hasn't moved.
And that's such an advantage when you have a bird that shows itself to its full potential, because the judges then don't have to try to get the best out of the bird. If that bird's sitting there and saying, look at me, I want to win this class, it's always a great advantage.
So we can see that they're...
See the back of Troy Holmes' shirt.
Well, yeah, that's what we could see. Peter and Scott just making sure they're happy with those positions, giving those birds that opportunity that were on the bottom row.
It's a good strong class because there's a lot of nice birds still on that top row now, which are still right to the end of that class, so there's some strong birds in that class.
And we're talking very small margins between some of these placings with the birds. As you can see, there's just minor changes being made. Again, a little bit of movement in the yellow-faced blue class.
You might enlighten me, have the greys been changed yet, Mark? I don't think they have they?
No, I'm not sure if they have been changed over yet. Hopefully we get across to them shortly.
So currently cage.
I think we've still got the top row on the top row in the normal grade class. So we've still got cage T, the Kokoski and Rice bird from South Australia. Cage A currently in second place, Ray Slade from Victoria, who's having a great weekend so far.
And cage S.
Cage S, Chris and Ellie Rogers from New South Wales, currently in third place. Currently in fourth place, R&D Simpson from South Australia. So there hasn't been any change in those first few placings since we last looked at that class, keeping in mind that the class hasn't been completed yet. They're still judging, and we can see John and Stephen over again having a chat with Scott and Peter about a bird in the yellow-faced blue class. Judges look quite relaxed and look like they're enjoying themselves up there today, which is good to see. And why wouldn't you? What a wonderful opportunity. They got the best seat in the house and they can see the best birds in the country.
Close up. The grey cock in cage T, it's very, very strong in the depth of mask and spot size. Good clean cap, a long way past the eye.
The sort of mask you'd like to see on all your birds.
I haven't seen too many birds so far this weekend that are out of condition, and they all seem to have reasonable condition, which is always a hard thing to do when you're coming from different states and zones, and the travelling and the stress the birds are under to get them in good conditions. It's always a hard job for the carers, and they do a great job in achieving that.
They're magicians. They do a fantastic job with caring for the birds, making sure they're presented in the best condition they can be. Power's gone. Oh, not sure what happened. Looked like someone pulled the plug there.
Lost feed, lost everything.
We might need to turn that.
Can you let them know we're not online yet? Yes, we are. Sorry, back online.
I'm not sure if you can hear us, but yeah, it looked like someone pulled the plug on us, but...
Back online again.
Back, here we are. Can't keep too many good men down.
KJ's a nice position on the perch too. Nice, clean bird. For
Lovely.
a yellow face, a lot of issues not issues, but a lot of things that can happen with the yellow face is the suffusion through the body colour. But I haven't seen too many of the yellow faces in this class with any suffusion through the body colour. So that's always a good, strong thing for a yellow face.
And what Gary means by that is that yellow colour washing through the body colour of the blue or the grey in the bird into their body colour on their chest, on the front, through their wing markings as well. So what we're looking for is just that yellow on the face itself, on the yellow face variety.
And another good feature that we need to have on a yellow face is the contrast of the melon and the white and the ground colour and the melon in the body, in the wing colour. We need that sharp black and white marking. We don't want any ground colour suffusion coming through it. We don't want any of the yellow coming through it. We just need that sharp black and white markings.
As you can see, it's quite good. There's crispness and definition in those markings on the wing of the birds, as Gary mentioned, between the black and white contrast. And it's just started raining at Victor Harbour. Alright, so it looks like they've moved the top row, all the birds back up onto the top row and swapped them over. So we've got cage F currently in first position, cage Q in second position, cage P in third position in the yellow-faced blue class. So the bird in cage F was from Bowl family in South Queensland. Cage Q in the yellow-faced blue class is ANC Drury, Alan and Chris Drury from New South Wales. Cage P currently in third place, Bowl family again from South Queensland. Fourth place, cage A, partnership of Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria, and cage B currently in fifth place, Matt Hollyoak from New South Wales. And then we can see cage N and D after those. Bowl family in cage N from South Queensland, and cage D, Russell and Cheryl Ogden from Central North Queensland. So it looks like we're getting close here to the judges making their final decisions in the yellow-faced blue class.
Love the position on the perch on the cage queue. Sits upright. A lot of length on that bird. I think they're making the final discussions, and I don't think the winner will be too far away. Cage Q is doing everything in its power to jump one more spot, sitting up there saying, "Look at me."
We can understand the importance of the decision, so the judges are taking their time, making sure every bird gets equal opportunity.
So if Cage Q doesn't win, it won't be from lack of trying. He's put his best foot forward today. Commentators curse, as soon as we say that, he's all over the place. What I think they're doing now, I think Scott is actually writing down details of the winners of the class.
So gathering some information for their comments that'll be coming after they've completed judging the class.
You can have a look now on that cage F, what I was talking about with the contrast of the black and the white. You can see how sharp it is.
No hint of yellow washing through that wing at all.
Just like to mention too that the streaming, we have 208 people streaming online at the present time, which is a fantastic result. Keep watching. More to come.
So I'm not sure. Oh, they're still making comments there. You can see the judges are working their way down the placings, ensuring they're happy before they make their final decision and writing comments about the birds.
So I think they've made their decision. They're just waiting now to mark the cages. So I could be quite confident in saying I think we've got a winner in cage F.
I'm not so confident until they've put that number on the cage, but
yes, I shouldn't say that because in one of the previous nationals, I've had a bird sit in front position to just a second before they marked the cages and they swapped them over. So I should not be so confident, should I?
Lesson learned.
Lesson learned.
Again, you can see that size, that length of the overall bird, that present of those birds in the first few placings. As Gary mentioned, birds standing nice and upright saying, "Look at me," which is what we're looking for in an exhibition budgerigar.
Yeah, KGF's just starting to show himself now. Once he gets that back skull rolled over the top,
Nice
quite
feathering.
a solid budgie.
You can see that bird has a good amount of feathering on him.
And he tucks his head in well, tucks his beak into his mask.
Lovely roll over the back of his head, from the top of his head through to the back of his neck. And even the bird at the end of the top row, you can still see lots of quality about that bird. So even the bottom row. I'm quite impressed with the yellow-faced blue class.
Just give you an update on that outage. We've had a storm in Victor Harbour, so the reason for the outage we have is because of the storm.
All right, well, it looks like the judges are just about to make their final decision in the yellow-faced blue class. We've got Peter Thurn on our left and Scott Erickson on our right. And it looks like they've just made
one final change.
They're making a change here on the top row towards the right-hand
So
side of the top row.
Move K is cage K, belonging to Anglezark and Borringer from New South Wales has moved up 3 places.
So Perth and Reg partnership from New South Wales.
Big shout out to all the boys in Central New South Wales. Hope you're enjoying the coverage and having a beer.
Drink responsibly.
Well, there you go. Kay's come up another position. So he's starting. This bird must now have started to show itself.
Which we mentioned earlier on. If the bird puts its best foot forward.
Looking at it there now, it's a dark factor blue too. Good contrast, and it is showing itself. Good depth of mask. Nice frontal blow.
Lovely length of face from the top of its cap to the bottom of its mask.
Don't be surprised if it moves another spot. Close, they were tempted.
He almost had his hand on the cage.
Yes,
and here we go. Gary called it. It's not only moved one position.
It's gone into second position and starting to put some pressure on the current bird in the lead.
So that's that bird's settling, relaxing, putting its best foot forward, showing itself off. It just took a little while to do that, to relax from when it was brought out on the staging. But as we mentioned early on, judges are giving the birds every opportunity, and as you could see, the quality in that bird, it showed that, and it's been moved accordingly based on the judge's opinion.
That's good judging in respect to they haven't left the bird there and said, oh, if it's been there the whole time. They've moved it up and placed it to where it should be. So that was good judging on their behalf. So as Mark said, I might have to take back my comments about I'm confident on the bird winning. So he's still got a battle on his hands yet, I think, with Cage K.
All right, so we can see over in the normal grade class now, Peter and Scott have moved over and having a discussion with Stephen and John.
I don't know if you at home have noticed, but the judges haven't overused their sticks. They've let the birds alone as much as possible, and if they have to lift the bird from the bottom, they have. There hasn't been any overuse of the stick.
Which I guess is a credit to the exhibitors of how well these birds are behaving themselves after travelling, heading down to South Australia, change of environment, but when it counts, they're putting their best foot forward, showing the judges what qualities they have.
They've just just identified a issue on Cage T, and they've replaced Cage A to the lead, so that's interesting. So Cage A, you will not believe it's Mr. Slade, so he's going for the treble.
So that was just a slight change. The bird that was in first place in Cage T in the normal grade class has just been moved to second place, and Cage A from second into first place.
It will be interesting to see listen to the comments from the judges and why they made that late change.
They've identified something on the bird in Cage T, so no doubt they'll make mention of that. But again, they haven't written on the cage yet, so...
No. They have,
and now they have.
Time. So congratulations to Cage A.
Cage A is in first place.
It's Ray Slade.
Ray Slade.
Got the trifecta, which is fantastic
3
for him.
wins out of 5 classes.
2 is T. E's 3.
Cage E. Third place to Cage E.
Cage S is 4.
Cage S in 4th place. Cage F in 5th place. Cage B in 6th, D in 7th, Cage Cave is 8th place. Cage Q is in 9th place. O is 10th place. Just moving across. 11th place in the greys is C. 12th place, cage R. 13th place to cage H. Cage M is in 14th place. Cage I is in 15th place. Cage N in 16th place. Cage U is in 17th place. Cage G in 18th place. J in 19th place. Cage L in 20th place. And 21st place to cage P in the normal grey class. So congratulations to Ray Slade from Victoria. What a wonderful achievement. He's gotten 3 national champions so far this weekend. It's an incredible achievement. In the first 5 classes.
To take out the free logos is fantastic.
I can.
In the normal
you wouldn't
grey
see
class,
a happier
the
bloke in
results
South
are
Australia, I don't think.
First, cage A. Second, cage I. Third is cage E. Fourth is cage S. Fifth is cage F. Sixth is cage B. Seventh is cage D. Eighth is cage K. Ninth is cage Q. 10th is cage O. 11th is cage C. 12th is cage R. 13th is cage H. 14th is cage M. 15th is cage I. 16th is cage N. 17th is cage U. 18th is cage G. 19th is cage J. 20th is cage L. And 21 is cage P.
We're not worthy.
I've been told it's like the Olympics.
That's the online comments of they're saying it's like the Olympics.
Well, we're whispering, not talking.
Right. We've just finished completing the greys, and it was a slightly harder task than the previous classes we've judged. The birds, except for the first couple, are very even right down to about 10th or 12th place. The winning bird, as you'll see, is a very complete budgie. He's lovely. He's almost faultless. The one thing that perhaps the breeder can look at doing is putting some spot size to just make him look that super powerful bird. But a beautiful budgie, everything you want in a modern budgie today. The second bird is probably the power bird of the class. He's got the big spots, he's got the directional feather, he's got the big shoulders, but you put him on the perch and he's got big wings, okay? Major problem, and that needs to be addressed. He's the sort of bird that you need to put a hen with the shield type feather to counteract that problem. But a big strong budgie, and his power kept him in second place and didn't make him further down the track. E, the third place bird, once again, you know, a really nice complete budgie. The one problem he has is he's got a short mask, and the short mask relates to the cap length. You lengthen the mask, you lengthen the cap feather, and he would look a totally different budgie again. The bird in fourth, we really like this bird, but his condition is an issue. It looks like the carers have worked really hard to get him into that condition today. Another week, fortnight, and he'd look a totally different budgie, and would probably move up the line. We then go to the bird in fifth place, and that was a bird we brought up from the bottom row earlier on. He's got everything that you want, except for one little feature. He just hasn't got the flair. If he had the flair, he'd be, similar to the bird in first place. Congratulations to the winner. As I said, a much harder class to judge because overall the birds were fairly even, except for the couple in the front. Thanks very much.
All right, so should have just heard the comments about the normal grade class. So just the first 4 birds that placed in the first 4 in that class. Again, congratulations to Ray Slade from Victoria, who won the normal grade class. Second place to Kokoski and Rice from South Australia. Third place to R. Simpson from South Australia. Fourth place to Chris and Ellie Rogers. And they're putting the placings on the cages of the yellow-faced blue class. Cage K is in second place. Cage Q is in third place.
So we missed that first. They swapped over a bit late for us to get the winner at the moment, so we'll have to come back to the winner.
Fifth place Cage A, sixth place Cage B, seventh place Cage N, eighth place Cage D. F was the winner of the yellow-faced blue class.
F. Congratulations to the Bowl family.
Ninth place to Cage H. 10th place to Cage O. 11th Cage U. 12th place to Cage E. 13th place to Cage R. 14th place to Cage I. And 15th place to Cage J. So we're a few cages short in that class. And looks like we're going to hear from the judges, hear their comments about the yellow-faced blue class.
The results of Class 6, the yellow-faced blue. First is Cage F. Second is Cage K. Third is Cage Q. Fourth is Cage P. Fifth is Cage A. Sixth is Cage B. Seventh is Cage N. Eighth is Cage D. Ninth is Cage H. 10th is Cage O. 11th is Cage U. 12th is Cage E. 13th is Cage R. 14th is Cage I. And 15th is Cage J.
So currently we've done 6 classes and we have 2 classes remaining before lunch. So next classes up on the staging will be the golden face and the black eye.
So the yellow face class, we've got a bird at the top end of the class that pretty much picked himself today. He's a lovely, strong, wide bird, beautiful directional feather. I'd probably, if I was being a little critical of him, I'd like to see him not stand as upright. I'd like to see a little bit more angle off the perch, but he was quite a comfortable winner today. You probably noticed that we brought this bird up into second from a fair way down the line. And he's a bird that is quite hot and cold. And at the moment when we look at him, he's a little bit on the cold side, and he looks to be on a bit narrow. But earlier on, when we moved him up, he was absolutely showing his head off and really did look a treat. And we've rewarded that bird. We accept that he's an inconsistent shower, but we're really happy with what the bird delivered in the way, especially in the facial characteristics that he had. But again, he is hot and cold, and he's probably not quite giving what I'd like him to give just at the moment. He's got a bit of an advantage over the bird in third place, just in terms of that face and those modern features. The bird in third place is a really nice, strong budgie, but he's not quite... I'd like to see a little bit more directional feather in him, but I love the back skull. We like the carriage of his wing, and there's plenty to like about him. Probably the bird in fourth is the unlucky bird today. He's got a badly twisted... He's only got one tail, and it is badly twisted. And he quite comfortably has the best modern features about him in the class, but he's got that one tail which really detracts from his outline, and potentially, maybe in an hour or two, he may not even have that tail, but he's got it now, so he gets placed. He's got that advantage in just that overall style and shape and modernness over the bird we have. Nice strong bird down in fifth place. Travelling a bit further down the line, we sort of run into a few wing issues. There's some good strong budgies, but they're just not holding their wings quite as well as we'd like. Just a comment on the bird in the last cage here. It's got some evidence of feathers missing out through the body, and we ummed and ahed about what we should do with that bird, whether it was evidence of feather plucking. We couldn't satisfy ourselves that there was enough evidence of feather plucking, but we penalised it accordingly, so he's ended up at the bottom of the line. So we didn't DQ him, but again, we just had to be a bit harsh on that bird.
Okay, so we just heard the comments on the yellow-faced blue class from Peter Thurn, one of the judges of the class. So as Gary mentioned earlier on, the next two classes coming up are the Australian Golden Face class and the Black-Eyed Self-Colour class. So as they're bringing the birds out to the staging for those two classes, it looks like they've already bought the birds out for the Australian Golden Face class, and birds are shortly on their way out in the Black-Eyed Self-Coloured class. So don't have a lot of history on the Australian Golden Face, but in regards to this class, you will see both single and double factor Australian Golden Faces in this class. I'll get Gary to give a bit of an explanation on the difference between single factors and double factors in the Australian Golden Face class.
Yes, well, going back, the single factor predominantly carries a lot of body suffusion in the body colour, so it won't be a pure blue bird, it'll be a blue bird with green suffusion through it. When you pair a single factor to single factor, you'll get a double factor yellow face, and that eliminates the body colour suffusion, so you'll get a pure... When you go through the classes, you'll see the birds that are full body colour and normally double factor birds, and the birds that are carrying green and blue through the body colour, they're single factor.
So they're both combined in the one class, and
so in the standard, you are calling for a full body colour, so the double factor does have an advantage in that respect, that their body colour's clean, but you'll find that the double factor bird is always a little bit inferior to the single factor. The single factor seems to be able to breed more feather on the single factor, and it's a lot harder to get the double factor up to that standard. So a good double factor that's got the good feathering will do well on the show bench.
And that's all considered when the judges are assessing the birds in the point scale that's broken down and given to the birds by the judges.
The green suffusion is only a penalty, so it's a matter of the interpretation from the judge. Normal rule of thumb: the more green, the more penalty. So you can still win a class of yellowface, goldenface, with a single factor bird. It just needs to have probably a little bit less of the green suffusion through the body. As long as there's blue, it's still a yellowface, a goldenface blue.
So as you see the birds in this class, you may notice some of those birds with a variation in their body colour, that being due to the single factor golden faces and the double factor golden faces.
You can see cage T and cage K. They are definitely double factor golden face with that brilliant black and white marking on the wing and that full body colour. The grey above it in cage F, that's a single factor. As I mentioned before, it's carrying that little bit extra feather, but it's also carrying the suffusion through the body feather and the rump, and it's probably hasn't got the same contrast of black and white in the wing.
And you can see they've brought the birds out to the staging for the black eyes self-colour class. Now, in regards to the black eyes self-colour, I do have a little bit of information on these, and they were actually first observed in very small numbers in wild flocks, and examples appeared in about 1870 in captivity in Germany, Belgium, they were imported into England then in around 1884, and in the 1900s, early 1900s, they appeared in Australia, brought out from England to South Australia by a South Australian breeder. In the black-eyed self-coloured class, you can get yellows and whites, but it doesn't look as though we have a black-eyed white this year.
The characteristic of the black-eyed white is they carry a lot of ground colour, body colour suffusion, so black-eyed whites are very hard to breed in pure white. So that's the challenge to all black-eyed breeders that breed whites, is to get the body colour as white as possible. Cage C, you just mentioned there, see the single factor where you can see the blue coming up from the vent area, and it comes into looks like a direct line, looks like a pied. It carries the suffusion through that. So just have a look at that when they're going through the classes. You'll be able to differentiate between the single factor and double factor.
So it's very early days on in the Australian golden face class, but at the moment cage L sits in first position for A. Kirby from Victoria. Cage N is sitting in second place for Terry and Marilyn Benbow from South Queensland. Cage C, Daniel Child from New South Wales, currently sitting in third place. Cage E in fourth place, Karnik Budgerigars from Victoria. So just give you a bit of an idea early on those first few placings in the Australian golden face class. Looks to be a strong class of Australian golden faces.
The golden face and the black eyes are two classes that are very difficult to breed to the high exhibition quality of the normals. It's a lot of hard work, and when you do get a good one, you really need to appreciate the effort and the expertise that these breeders put into breeding these varieties into a high standard. We have in our presence now a three-peat winner of the 46 Nationals, Ray Slade has joined us. Congratulations, Ray. You must be very proud of your achievements today.
Well done, Ray.
Would you like to just give us a bit of a background on
Let
what
me
the birds are?
scooch over here. Righto, come closer, mate.
It's a bit of a surprise to win three. It's great. It's great to get to get birds into the nationals. You know, I think that's the hardest part. But then
to achieve the top echelon and winning a class is another step forward, isn't it?
Is
Come in here, Ray. Show everyone your good looks.
yeah, to win 3 is I'm really stoked. I would never have thought to win.
Do you want to give us a little bit of background on the first, on your light green?
The light green. His father won grey green class at the Adult Shield last year.
Okay.
And his mother is a Bob Simpson bird from South Australia.
Okay.
And he's a half brother to the bird that sold for $6,000 in Queensland.
Okay.
He's by the same cockbird. The violet. I don't breed many violets. I'm not a big
Yeah,
violet
I was going to
breeder,
say I haven't seen many violets out of your stud.
I'm just trying to increase them a little bit. But
I've noticed the intense body colour you have on your winner. It's super body colour.
He's not a big bird, but he's got a lovely top end and he's got beautiful variety.
Yeah, beautiful marking, black and white marking in the wing.
And the third winner, the
third
normal
winner,
grey.
The grey. His father won the United Diploma a couple of years ago, or about 3 years ago, and yeah, he was a lovely bird, not a big bird, one of my cinnamons, and I thought he was the grey was my weakest bird today.
Okay.
Wow.
And didn't expect him to get to where he is. But
So going forward, have you have any more birds to show? Are you
yes,
still got
tomorrow. I've got 2 in the lacewing class tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Nice.
And I thought the lacewing was my strongest
strongest class? Well, let's look forward to that.
So I'm pretty stoked to get.
We'll keep an eye out for the lacewing class.
No, you've done very well.
Not only that, you've got a pair of birds available in the ANBC auction, haven't you?
Yeah, and they are closely related to the grey and the green.
Well, they are people out there.
I need to get on board with that.
That's a bit of
Mrs. Fellows, did you just hear that?
A bit of a tip from the horse's mouth.
They're not super birds, but they've got everything.
Same
there.
bloodlines as what
Same
we've.
bloodlines, yeah.
And that's something that people need to realise. People aren't going to sell their best birds.
Yeah.
You need to look at the backgrounds of these birds. And you've got a person here today that's won 3 national Logies on one morning.
Making related birds available in the
So
auction.
if you want to start a strain or a line of birds from a strong background, you couldn't go wrong.
Quality begets quality. Congratulations again, Ray Slade.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
We're not worthy. Well done, mate. Congratulations.
No worries.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend, hey?
Oh, thanks, Adam.
Thanks, champ. There you have it. Our 3-peat winner. 3 winners this weekend so far, Ray Slade.
So the boys are now up to slowly placing the black-eyed yellows. So I think that is KG.
Okay, E, C and H and G look like our positions that we've got in our black eyes self-colour
So class KG at the present time belongs to Vic Murray from Victoria. Cage C is Jeff Russell from South Queensland. Cage H. H is for Ian and Gina Weiss from South Australia.
Some strong birds. Actually, both of these classes that are up in front of us now, I think have improved vastly over the last 5 or 10 years. The black-eyed self-class and the Australian golden face. There's really some dedicated breeders out there who have put a lot of time and effort into these birds to improve the quality, and it hasn't gone unnoticed. So congratulations to all the breeders of these 2 varieties out there. You're doing a fantastic job with them, and they've improved remarkably in my eyes over the last decade, and that takes dedication and patience to do that, so well done. And well done to everyone who's had a bird and been selected to come down here for the 46th ANBC National Championship.
There we go, Mark. We did have a white. Cage U, I think it was. Cage U, yes. New South Wales has a black-eyed white.
Well, it must be So What. I missed it.
That's all right.
But that's all right. One of your best jokes. But yeah, good thing I've got my glasses on. Oh, it's good to see a black-eyed white there, so everyone can see that yeah. Usually it has a domination by the black-eyed yellow, but as Gary mentioned, you don't see many black-eyed whites, but it's nice to see one here this weekend. KG is a very good example of black-eyed yellow. Vic Murray from Victoria. Cage C.
It's very hard to keep the buttercup yellow in the black eyes because a lot of breeders introduce other varieties into them, and it's the grey factor being one. It's very hard to keep that buttercup yellow with the body size as well. But Cage C is a very nice bird, big shoulder, stands well up off the perch. Beautiful black straight back, tail and flights tipping at the back of the tail. Yeah, beautiful outline.
That's a bird for Jeff Russell from South Queensland in Cage H, currently in 3rd position. Ian and Gina Wise from South Australia, and then after that Cage G, wherever he got Cage G from, goes Derek Poole from Tasmania.
Yep.
And after that we have Cage A, which is Jennifer Kamadi from Western Australia.
Yep.
Kamada, I should say, my apologies. See the two judges there, Peter and Scott, discussing the birds in the first few positions, making some comparisons.
Looked like Scotty was doing a rain dance there for a minute. How are we going in the golden face, mate?
Yeah, it looks like they haven't swapped them over yet, from what I can tell. Obviously, we're governed a bit by, what's available to us visual-wise from the camera. So, come back and we'll have a look.
So, Cage A, we have Cage A belonging to L&P Walmsley from northern and central Queensland.
Now, I'm not sure whether that is the bottom row at the top or vice versa. So
that is a very good example of Cage C, being Daniel Child from New South Wales, of a very good single factor. Still carrying a lot of blue, but just that tint of suffusion up on the upper chest.
So we've got C, L, E and P, I think, are our cage numbers. So I think that is the bottom row up the top in Cage A. Cage G and R at the front of the bottom row that have been moved to the top for the judges to view, and they're going to swap them back over now. By the looks of it, no, my apologies, they're just making a placing change.
It's a very striking class, the golden face, with that golden yellow in the mask and the contrast of, especially in the violet factor. It's such a beautiful contrast colour of a bird.
Very popular, really popular, as you can imagine, because they're so striking.
Now we're going back, and class Cage C in the golden face is currently Daniel Child, and it's such a strong golden face.
You can see that power through the body, that impact it has, thickness through the body, that presence it's got.
Very good condition, body, feather is in perfect condition.
Lovely condition. Cage N in second place currently. Terry and Marilyn Bembo from South Queensland. Cage L, by the looks of it, is in third place currently for R. Kirby from Victoria.
KG.
KG is
from Karnik Budgerigars
from Victoria.
Cage P is Philip Boschke from South Queensland. Cage U from Eric Whitten from New South Wales. Cage H, some Gary and Diane Piermont from New South Wales. Cage B is some
Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. So, obviously they haven't finished judging the class yet. There still may be positional changes. It's until that number's written on the cage. We won't know the final placings. You can see there's a bit of movement in the black-eyed self class as well, with Chris and Scott moving some cages around. And as previously done, they're doing that comparison with the bird at the front of the bottom row to the bird at the end of the top row. That side-by-side comparison, just making sure they've got their placings that they're happy with.
You might notice on Cage A, where I was talking about the suffusion, body suffusion coming through, it probably has a little bit more green through the body than the birds in front of it, so that's probably why it's placed there. But saying that, it's still a big, strong budgerigar. It just that suffusion is penalising a little bit to the birds in front of it.
There's some good sized birds in that class in front of, along the top row. So I'm not sure, but it looks like there was a slight adjustment at the front of the black-eyed self-coloured class. So we can see Cage E currently is in first place, which is Vic Murray. My apologies. No, that was the bird that was in first place. Cage C, Jeff Russell, is currently in second place, and Cage H.
Nice strong bird. Cage E. Stands well.
Some nice feathering. You can see the bird's carrying some...
And it looks like it's a hen. It's a bit hard to tell on the monitor, but I think it's a hen.
Standing there, showing a lovely outline. Okay, looks like the judges are...
changing the cages up. I'd like to have a closer look at it and see if it is a hen. If it is, it's a strong bird for a hen.
You can see that bird in KG hasn't moved. It would be remiss of me not to mention, but my little buddy next to me here has a bird in this class.
Yeah. Unfortunately, due to the fact that I've sold up and moving house, that I had to let all my black eyes go. But so they must be getting close now to making a decision with the golden face. Yes, the golden face.
All right,
so here we go. Cage C in the golden face.
Congratulations
Daniel
to
Child.
Daniel Child from New South Wales.
Cage N. Second.
Third place to Cage L. Fourth place KG. Fifth place to Cage P. Sixth place to Cage U. Seventh place to Cage H. 8th place to cage B, 9th place to cage F, 10th place to cage Q, 11th place to cage A, Stephen's just moving that bird down to the bottom row. 12th place to cage, can't see that, I. 13th place to cage R. 14th place to cage G. 15th place to cage J. 16th place to cage T. 17th place to cage K, 18th place to cage S, 19th place to cage D, 20th place to cage M, and 21st place to cage O. Well done to all the exhibitors in the Golden Face class.
Yes, congratulations to Daniel Child from New South Wales. Quite a nice, strong bird.
Second place in that class
to Terry and Marilyn Benbow from South Queensland.
And third place went to
R. Kirby from Victoria. Congratulations to all the winners.
So we should be just heading across to Dave Ganser to confirm those placings in the Golden Face class.
The results of Class 7, the Australian Golden Face Blue. First, cage C. Second, cage N. Third is cage L. Fourth is cage E. Fifth is cage P. Sixth is cage U. Seventh is cage H. Eighth is cage B. Ninth is cage F. 10th is cage Q. 11th is cage A. 12th is cage I. 13th is cage R. 14th is cage G. 15th is cage J. 16th is cage T. 17th is cage K. 18th is cage S. 19th is cage D. 20th is cage M. And 21 is cage Q.
Okay, so they were the placings, the cages for the Golden Face class. And we should be hearing from the judges soon in regards to comments about the Golden Face class. Okay, so it looks like judges were discussing cage A in the black-eyed self class. So we might hear a little bit more about that at the pointy end of the class and comments that are made. So we can see Peter and Scott swapping the rows around in the black-eyed self class. John's putting some comments together over there for the Golden Face class, so should be hearing some comments from about the Golden Face class shortly.
Just been informed too that the judges conferred on cage J. I think it was cage J.
A was it? I think.
And they've
J.
It's carrying a white spots in the back of its head. They're just conferring on that, and I don't think it's a disqualification. It'd probably just be a penalty.
So while the judges are moving those black-eyed selfs around, and before John makes comments about the golden face class, we might just run through the breeders and the placings in that golden face class.
Okay.
So we did the first 3 birds. So in 4th place in the golden face
Was
class,
Carnic Budgerigars from Victoria.
Yep, 5th place.
5th place was Philip Boschke from South Queensland. 6th place was Eric Whitten from New South Wales. 7th place was Gary and Diane Piermont from New South Wales. 8th place was
Jason and
Wayne
Wayne
and Jason Widenhofer from South Australia. 9th place was Brian Good from South Queensland. 10th place was
McVilly and Thompson from Victoria.
11th place was Ellen P. Walmsley from Northern and Central Queensland. 12th place was Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. 13th place was Graham Alchin from South Australia. 14th place was W. Bunter from Western Australia. 15th place was Ellen P. Walmsley from North and Central Queensland. 16th place was Joe Towler from North and Central Queensland. 17th place was M. Howe from Western Australia. 18th place was W. Bunter from Western Australia. 19th place was Ross Crack from Tasmania. 20th was David Clark from Tasmania. And 21 was Ross Crack from Tasmania.
Okay, so they're just putting the numbers on the black-eyed self class. 7th place is cage I. 8th place is cage F. 9th place is cage T. 10th place cage M. 11th place to cage L. 12th place to cage J. 13th place to cage O. 14th place to cage R. 15th place to cage U. 16th place to cage S. Cage A is in 17th place, and that's all the birds that were in the black-eyed self class. So congratulations to Vic Murray of Victoria for winning the black-eyed self colour. What a wonderful budgie. What a great example of a black-eyed.
Yes, congratulations to all winners today, this morning's session.
Congratulations to everyone who exhibited the birds in the class. So we should be heading across to Dave Ganser.
The results of Class 8, black-eyed self. First is Class E. Second, Class C, Cage C. Third, Cage H. Fourth, Cage G. Fifth, Cage B. Sixth, Cage D. 7th, Cage I. 8th is Cage F. 9th, Cage T. 10th is Cage M. 11th is Cage L. 12th is Cage J. 13th is Cage O. 14th is Cage R. 15th is Cage U. 16th is Cage S. 17th is Cage A. And the bird in Cage N was disqualified. Well, the judge will explain the reason for that.
And we're back.
Yes.
All right, so there we go. Just heard the placings there from Dave Ganser in regards to the black-eyed self-coloured class.
Just to let you know, we've had a few inquiries into the complete list of winners and positions. If you refer to the ANBC Facebook page, they'll be all put on there, so you'll be able to just go onto the Facebook page, and it'll also be on the live stream page for all the winners. We just haven't been able to get all the numbers down quick enough to relay that to you, and I don't want to give our sheets out in case we've made a mistake.
So we're going to hear from Scott Erickson about comments from the black-eyed self class.
Okay, Peter and I had the pleasure of judging the black eyes. First bird, solid hen, better back skull and funnel, and a better variety bird than the second bird, but it's marginally in the variety between the two. The second bird's a longer bird, but not as strong as the first bird in the top end. The third bird is a lovely strong hen, just not the intensity of the colour of the two ahead. Then the fourth bird, cage G, nice strong cock, just down in colour. The fifth bird, cage B, is a nice cock, just not as good as the birds are above. Commenting on cage A, it has margin. We've left it in the class. It's got colour. It's got the cheek patch and spot on the back of the head. And we've DQ cage N because we take it as being a dilute. Thank you.
Right, so Scott's just finished the comments there on the black eye self class.
Okay, I'll just relate that through to him.
Yeah, if you get stuck, come and get me and I'll say it for you.
No, it's all good.
So that should be our first 8 classes for our first session completed. And as Gary was mentioning earlier on, we're sorry we can't give all the placings, all the exhibitors' names from
our feed
and their zones that they're from. We just don't have time to cover all of that. However, you are able to get access to that.
I have the links here for you. It's www.nationalresults.net. That's on the web. If you want to go onto that site, you'll get all the results, all the winners. And on the Facebook, you can go to facebook.com/ANBC show. So forward slash. That goes to show how up to date I am on my computers.
Oh, he's a wizard with technology, Gary. Don't worry about that.
I'll repeat that. Facebook.com/ANBC show. That will give you.
Okay, Stephen and I just judged the normal golden face. First bird in cage C. Clear winner, great directional feather, strong shoulder, smooth back line. Second bird in cage N, nice frontal rise, deep mask, well-formed spots, steady on the perch. Third bird in cage L, excellent colour contrast between the body and the deep buttercup yellow cap and well-formed spots. Fourth bird in cage E, he was the biggest bird, some yellow suffusion let him down, just a little down on condition. Fifth bird in cage P, great variety bird, deep yellow mask and excellent colour. Deportment let her down. Overall, an attractive class of budgerigars. Thank you.
That's John. Just gave comments about the Australian Golden Face class. So obviously we don't get to hear those comments, but you guys do. So yeah, I'm sure there was some informative information about the class there. So just in case, Gary read that out a little too quickly in regards to the web, where you can get the results that will show you the exhibitor's name, their position in the class,
and their statement,
and the zone that they were representing. So the website is
www.nationalresults.net. And Facebook is facebook.com/ANBC show. One word.
So you can get all the information there. So yeah, we'll do our best to keep giving you as many place getters as we can, as many exhibitors we can in the time we've got available. Yeah, obviously we're not in front of the birds, so we're watching that in a separate room, doing our best to give you as much information as we can.
Yeah.
So in the session after lunch, we have classes 9 and 10. Dilutes and the Lutinos.
So the Yes, just to let you know, the guys that are... This is the Facebook page. So this is where you can access the results. Facebook page at the top, .com/ANBC show. This will give you access to all the results from all the classes up to date. Yeah, so all the classes are listed and results. So that's an easy access. Okay, so Troy's...
So you should all be able to see that, so yeah, on your screens.
Troy's going to take you across now to the 32 auctions to give you a bit of update on that.
So we'll try and give you a visual about, yeah.
Just got to position myself because I'm doing hand signals through to our producer, Mr. Troy Holmes, is communicating through taps on the wall. Walkie-talkies are not working, so bear with us. We're trying to get through. This is our first attempt at commentating, so I hope we haven't done too bad a job.
High-tech stuff. So yeah, we're just trying to give you visuals on that information as well.
Yes, so... Okay, so I don't know what Troy's after me for, but I think he wants to go... Oh, here we
go. You can buy a Falcon, a 1971 Falcon. No,
if you buy the top pair, you got to get a new Falcon.
No, if you just scroll down the page a bit, you'll see the top of a couple of cages there. So there's the auction birds that are available, the ANBC auction. So there's one held every year in conjunction with the National Championship show. So you can see the pair there from Ray Slade. You can even see a pair from Mark and Rebecca Fellows there on the right.
If you scroll down to the next row, Troy. Okay, so just to mention, when we go to our break, we'll be resuming telecast again at 2 p.m.
Now, in regards to the ANBC auction that you can see on the screen there, you can register on 32 auctions. And once your registration is approved, you're all good to go to place a bid. Some fantastic birds. You can see there the bird that ran sixth in the normal grey-green class for the home, Troy Holmes. For the
it's complemented by a very, very nice grey-green normal
But
hand.
Overall, fantastic quality of birds from all the breeders that have made birds available. You can see from the photos there the quality of budgerigar that these breeders have offered, and all of these breeders are producing birds that are competing at high levels and high quality birds. So it's an opportunity to access birds and quality of birds that may not be necessarily made available. So yeah, here's our producer here. He's a big lad, so I've had to squeeze in to let him in.
I think I put a hole in the wall for all the taps I've done today.
So this is the face behind the voice in the earpiece. So,
there you go.
And congratulations on your win, buddy.
Thank you, mate. Very much appreciate it. Very unexpected. So
when's you flying back to Newcastle?
Very soon. We just wanted to let everybody know, obviously Gary and Mark have shown you here the websites that are available. There's obviously the Facebook page. There's also the regular one that Luke Fletcher does, where all of the results that are official. We've asked these guys obviously not to necessarily read out anyone's name in case they mispronunciate it or do whatever. They're welcome to talk it through the classes, but we're leaving the actual results online to the actual online experts that are in there, Luke Fletcher and his cohort that he's got there. One final thing, obviously, if you want to get involved in the conversation, and you have a Twitter account, we'd love you, hashtag ANBC Show 2022. We will be putting tweets in the second half of the day on the classes, so if you want to do a shout out to somebody who's winning or, send us something to show us you're having a party at home, a couple of the bird clubs are getting together, having a good day today. If you'd like to do that, get on Twitter just on your own account and put the hashtag ANBC Show 2022, all one word, and we'll see that in our feed and we'll post something up online, so that'd be great. Now through until then, we're going to pan the camera over to the bird room. You're going to see the bird carers from afar doing their work. These lucky gentlemen are going to get their lunch until 2 o'clock, so we'll be back at 2. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Aussie Pet Connections are your one-stop shop for pet transport, seed and supplies. Whether it's by road or air, your pet will be in safe hands. They also stock an extensive range of pet products at competitive prices. Visit aussiepetconnections.com.au. Avi Smart products are now available here in Australia. Avi Smart is an innovator of budgerigar soft foods and feed supplements. With an ever-evolving product range, Avi Smart are continually bringing innovation and value to the fancier. Avi Smart takes an inside-out approach to its product range, retaining a chemist, zoologist and established bird breeders for product development and trials. It's this approach that has earned them the tag Better by Design. The Avi Smart flagship product is Breed Plus Pro, a soft food substitute that is ready for immediate use. It's designed for those who are time poor and can't change out soft food morning and night. The product has a shelf life of 12 months and can be added to the breeding cage or aviary as a superior conditioning and rearing feed. Breed Plus Pro is naturally rich in the essential elements needed to promote maximum potential in your birds, maintain fertility, and safeguard the immune system in feeding parents. Breed Plus Pro is full of natural carbohydrates, proteins, minerals, vitamins, fats, probiotics, amino acids and folic acid to optimise the breeding season and nourish your birds from the inside out. Available in 5 kilogram bags, Breed Plus Pro combines export concentrate, Breed Plus powder and essential oils, as well as hulled oats, into a ready-for-use product that is easy and simple to use. For those owners wanting to construct your own soft food and benefit from the research and trials completed by Avi Smart, the components that make up the Breed Plus Pro ready-for-use product can be purchased individually here in Australia. Breed Plus is an advanced essential mineral and vitamin supplement which comes in a powdered form. Sold in 1 kilogram bags, it can be mixed in with dry seed or soft food prior to breeding season or fed individually in finger drawers. Its advanced formula is designed to deliver essential minerals and vitamins containing more than 30 compounds. Breed Plus is a complete solution to boosting the immune system in the run-up to and during the stresses of rearing chicks. Mixed release proteins and carbohydrates assist in exceptional chick growth, while natural antioxidants promote optimal condition and fertility, while the addition of probiotics helps maintain gut flora. Export Concentrate is specially designed without hulled oats and oils for Australian states and territories that cannot import seeds due to quarantine restrictions. The Export Concentrate is an advanced blend of cereals, seeds, pulses, herbs and other feed components blended with iodine-rich seaweed and vegetable charcoal. Export Concentrate is available in 5 kilogram bags. The Essential Oils Mix is a combination of wheat germ, cod liver and aniseed oil. Using high percentages of cod liver oil, trials showed the ready-for-use product could spoil over time. So a 44% wheat germ oil content is used to stabilise the mixture for its extended shelf life, while 44% cod liver oil delivers vitamin A for chick growth and vitamin D for absorption of calcium and phosphate. The 12% aniseed content acts as a natural attractant for the budgerigars, making the mix highly palatable. While providing critical nutritional content, the Essential Oils Mix also allows the Export Concentrate and Breed Plus to bind to the hulled oats in the final ready-for-use product. Available in 390ml satchels designed specifically for a 20 kilogram batch of hulled oats. Ultimate Egg Food is a moist feed containing an advanced blend of cereals, seeds, pulses, herbs, Witty Molan moist egg food and other feed components. It is fortified with food-grade essential oils blended with minerals, vitamins, iodine-rich seaweed and vegetable charcoal. Available in 5 kilogram bags, it is designed as a high-energy egg food for parents raising chicks and for weaning cages. Breed Plus Feather Support was designed specifically for birds recovering from French molt and PBFD. It is not a cure for either of these diseases, but a high-protein supplement to support feather regrowth. Trials in the UK showed that 80% of young birds suffering from French molt and mild PBFD recovered their flight feathers after a 10-week program, where Breed Plus Feather Support was an additive to their diet. It has been used in the UK and Europe as an additive for supporting general feather growth, particularly on larger feathered budgerigars. Sold in 1 kilogram bags, it's added to soft food or fed individually in finger drawers. For more information on the AviSmart product range, visit the AviSmart Australia Users Facebook group. AviSmart. Better by design. Avi Smart products are now available here in Australia. Avi Smart is an innovator of budgerigar soft foods and feed supplements. With an ever-evolving product range, Avi Smart are continually bringing innovation and value to the fancier. Avi Smart takes an inside-out approach to its product range, retaining a chemist, zoologist and established bird breeders for product development and trials. It's this approach that has earned them the tag Better by Design. The Avi Smart flagship product is Breed Plus Pro, a soft food substitute that is ready for immediate use. It's designed for those who are time poor and can't change out soft food morning and night. The product has a shelf life of 12 months and can be added to the breeding cage or aviary as a superior conditioning and rearing feed. Breed Plus Pro is naturally rich in the essential elements needed to promote maximum potential in your birds, maintain fertility, and safeguard the immune system in feeding parents. Breed Plus Pro is full of natural carbohydrates, proteins, minerals, vitamins, fats, probiotics, amino acids and folic acid to optimize the breeding season and nourish your birds from the inside out. Available in 5 kilogram bags, Breed Plus Pro combines export concentrate, Breed Plus powder and essential oils, as well as hulled oats, into a ready-for-use product that is easy and simple to use. For those owners wanting to construct your own soft food and benefit from the research and trials completed by Avi Smart, the components that make up the Breed Plus Pro ready-for-use product can be purchased individually here in Australia. Breed Plus is an advanced essential mineral and vitamin supplement which comes in a powdered form. Sold in 1 kilogram bags, it can be mixed in with dry seed or soft food prior to breeding season or fed individually in finger drawers. Its advanced formula is designed to deliver essential minerals and vitamins containing more than 30 compounds. Breed Plus is a complete solution to boosting the immune system in the run-up to and during the stresses of rearing chicks. Mixed release proteins and carbohydrates assist in exceptional chick growth, while natural antioxidants promote optimal condition and fertility, while the addition of probiotics helps maintain gut flora. Export Concentrate is specially designed without hulled oats and oils for Australian states and territories that cannot import seeds due to quarantine restrictions. The Export Concentrate is an advanced blend of cereals, seeds, pulses, herbs and other feed components blended with iodine-rich seaweed and vegetable charcoal. Export Concentrate is available in 5 kilogram bags. The Essential Oils Mix is a combination of wheat germ, cod liver and aniseed oil. Using high percentages of cod liver oil, trials showed the ready-for-use product could spoil over time. So a 44% wheat germ oil content is used to stabilise the mixture for its extended shelf life, while 44% cod liver oil delivers vitamin A for chick growth and vitamin D for absorption of calcium and phosphate. The 12% aniseed content acts as a natural attractant for the budgerigars, making the mix highly palatable. While providing critical nutritional content, the Essential Oils Mix also allows the Export Concentrate and Breed Plus to bind to the hulled oats in the final ready-for-use product. Available in 390ml satchels designed specifically for a 20 kilogram batch of hulled oats. Ultimate Egg Food is a moist feed containing an advanced blend of cereals, seeds, pulses, herbs, Witty Molan moist egg food and other feed components. It is fortified with food-grade essential oils blended with minerals, vitamins, iodine-rich seaweed and vegetable charcoal. Available in 5 kilogram bags, it is designed as a high-energy egg food for parents raising chicks and for weaning cages. Breed Plus Feather Support was designed specifically for birds recovering from French molt and PBFD. It is not a cure for either of these diseases, but a high-protein supplement to support feather regrowth. Trials in the UK showed that 80% of young birds suffering from French molt and mild PBFD recovered their flight feathers after a 10-week program, where Breed Plus Feather Support was an additive to their diet. It has been used in the UK and Europe as an additive for supporting general feather growth, particularly on larger feathered budgerigars. Sold in 1 kilogram bags, it's added to soft food or fed individually in finger drawers. For more information on the AviSmart product range, visit the AviSmart Australia Users Facebook group. AviSmart. Better by design.
G'day everyone. For those of you who don't know, my name's Paul Vorton. I used to play a bit of footy and do a bit of television. I'm up here on the Gold Coast, but I hear that the Budgerigar Championships are on, and they're on down in Adelaide at the McCracken Country Club, which is fantastic. I'm not sure what happens in a budgie contest. I don't know how you win. It's how good they look, how fast they can fly. I got no idea. But you know what? It takes me back to when I was a kid growing up in Brisbane. We had budgies, and our first ever budgie was a beautiful blue budgie. We called him Pretty Boy because that's what he was, a pretty boy. And he was such a lovely little bird, fantastic. We used to close up the house and let him out of the cage, and he'd fly around and hit doors. And anyway, it took us 4 days to get him one time, to finally get him back in the cage. Oh, he pooped everywhere. Pooped on Mum's hair at one stage. Poor old girl. But yeah, Pretty Boy was a ripper. So look, I want to wish, wherever you come from in Australia, I want to wish you all the best. I hope that your birds are locked in, ready to go, and they're strutting their stuff. But especially want to give my very private best wishes to the two Queensland organisations. I'm not going to divide you up or go for either one. I just want to say this: Queenslander, come on you Queensland budgies, a lift. So look, have a great couple of days. It sounds like it's a lot of fun, and you know what, may the best budgies win. All my best. Bye bye, have fun.
Hey guys, it's Andrew Johns here. I just want to wish you all the best. Everyone is competing and exhibiting in the 46th annual ANBC national titles. I just want to say all the best. I know it's difficult with everything going on with COVID, but the live stream, I'm sure everyone will have great fun. And as I said, with great excitement, exhibiting all their stuff there. So I just want to say, I hope everyone enjoys it. And soon, when we get out of this crazy time, you can all get together. But good luck with the 46th annual ANBC national titles, and I hope you all have a great time. Cheers. Bye.
Mitch Creek here from the Southeast Melbourne Phoenix and Australian national team basketballer. Just wanted to say all the very best to all the exhibitors today from across the country in Australia. Also wanted to do a massive shout out to everyone at home watching along on the live stream on YouTube for the 46th annual ANBC national titles. One thing to say, go Victoria, let's go.
It's time! We are about to find out as we officially open the 46th ANBC national titles. Live to you from Victor Harbor, hosted by the BCSA. Let the judging begin!
Aussie Pet Connections are your one-stop shop for pet transport, seed and supplies. Whether it's by road or air, your pet will be in safe hands. They also stock an extensive range of pet products at competitive prices. Visit aussiepetconnections.com.au. Avi Smart products are now available here in Australia. Avi Smart is an innovator of budgerigar soft foods and feed supplements. With an ever-evolving product range, Avi Smart are continually bringing innovation and value to the fancier. Avi Smart takes an inside-out approach to its product range, retaining a chemist, zoologist and established bird breeders for product development and trials. It's this approach that has earned them the tag Better by Design. The Avi Smart flagship product is Breed Plus Pro, a soft food substitute that is ready for immediate use. It's designed for those who are time poor and can't change out soft food morning and night. The product has a shelf life of 12 months and can be added to the breeding cage or aviary as a superior conditioning and rearing feed. Breed Plus Pro is naturally rich in the essential elements needed to promote maximum potential in your birds, maintain fertility, and safeguard the immune system in feeding parents. Breed Plus Pro is full of natural carbohydrates, proteins, minerals, vitamins, fats, probiotics, amino acids and folic acid to optimize the breeding season and nourish your birds from the inside out. Available in 5 kilogram bags, Breed Plus Pro combines export concentrate, Breed Plus powder and essential oils, as well as hulled oats, into a ready-for-use product that is easy and simple to use. For those owners wanting to construct your own soft food and benefit from the research and trials completed by Avi Smart, the components that make up the Breed Plus Pro ready-for-use product can be purchased individually here in Australia. Breed Plus is an advanced essential mineral and vitamin supplement which comes in a powdered form. Sold in 1 kilogram bags, it can be mixed in with dry seed or soft food prior to breeding season or fed individually in finger drawers. Its advanced formula is designed to deliver essential minerals and vitamins containing more than 30 compounds. Breed Plus is a complete solution to boosting the immune system in the run-up to and during the stresses of rearing chicks. Mixed release proteins and carbohydrates assist in exceptional chick growth, while natural antioxidants promote optimal condition and fertility, while the addition of probiotics helps maintain gut flora. Export Concentrate is specially designed without hulled oats and oils for Australian states and territories that cannot import seeds due to quarantine restrictions. The Export Concentrate is an advanced blend of cereals, seeds, pulses, herbs and other feed components blended with iodine-rich seaweed and vegetable charcoal. Export Concentrate is available in 5 kilogram bags. The Essential Oils Mix is a combination of wheat germ, cod liver and aniseed oil. Using high percentages of cod liver oil, trials showed the ready-for-use product could spoil over time, so a 44% wheat germ oil content is used to stabilise the mixture for its extended shelf life, while 44% cod liver oil delivers vitamin A for chick growth and vitamin D for absorption of calcium and phosphate. The 12% aniseed content acts as a natural attractant for the budgerigars, making the mix highly palatable. While providing critical nutritional content, the Essential Oils Mix also allows the Export Concentrate and Breed Plus to bind to the hulled oats in the final ready-for-use product. Available in 390ml satchels designed specifically for a 20 kilogram batch of hulled oats. Ultimate Egg Food is a moist feed containing an advanced blend of cereals, seeds, pulses, herbs, Witty Molan moist egg food and other feed components. It is fortified with food-grade essential oils blended with minerals, vitamins, iodine-rich seaweed and vegetable charcoal. Available in 5 kilogram bags, it is designed as a high-energy egg food for parents raising chicks and for weaning cages. Breed Plus Feather Support was designed specifically for birds recovering from French molt and PBFD. It is not a cure for either of these diseases, but a high-protein supplement to support feather regrowth. Trials in the UK showed that 80% of young birds suffering from French molt and mild PBFD recovered their flight feathers after a 10-week program, where breed plus feather support was an additive to their diet. It has been used in the UK and Europe as an additive for supporting general feather growth, particularly on larger feathered budgerigars. Sold in 1 kilogram bags, it's added to soft food or fed individually in finger drawers. For more information on the AviSmart product range, visit the AviSmart Australia Users Facebook group. AviSmart. Better by design.
Aussie Pet Connections are your one-stop shop for pet transport, seed and supplies. Whether it's by road or air, your pet will be in safe hands. They also stock an extensive range of pet products at competitive prices. Visit aussiepetconnections.com.au.
46th ANBC National Championships down here at Victor Harbour in South Australia. So we are going to, as far as I know, have a look at some auction birds. Hopefully we'll get them up on the screen and we'll run through some of the birds that are available in the ANBC auction. There we go, there's our first pair that we've got available. Jeffrey Leong from Victoria, who is a member of the ANBC Breeder Excellence Hall of Fame. You can see there's a normal light green cockbird and a normal light green hen. Lovely pair of birds available in the auction. And then we'll move on to the next pair. The next pair we've got available from Alan and Chris Drury from New South Wales, who are also members of the Breeder Excellence Division of the ANBC Hall of Fame. So we can see on the right hand side they've got a normal light green cockbird, and on the left hand side we have a opaline AOSV hen available. We'll move on to the next pair. So, the man of the moment, Ray Slade from Victoria, who's won 3 Logies today. So, a lovely pair of birds there, as are all the birds in the auction. Ray's got available a normal grey-green cockbird and an opaline cinnamon grey-green hen. Very nice, upright pair of birds. Based on Ray's results, he's obviously got plenty of good birds in his bird room. So we can move on to the next pair. Well, what can I say? These are a pair of mine and my wife's birds that we've made available. A grey-green normal cockbird and a grey-green normal hen. Yeah, they are what they are. We'll move on to the next pair.
No, we only got 4 pairs. Oh, we have. Troy, can I just go back to Troy, that of Mark's? Just like to point out to people who are looking at live stream the amount of feather these birds carry around the cere. If you look at the distance between the cere and the outside feather, it's a massive amount of feather down the side of the beak and the cere. An ideal pair for birds that want to breed to the next level. Super pair of budgies.
Don't let him talk them up. All right, we'll move on to the next pair if we've got another lot there. Right, so there we go, a pair of normal grey-green, so a cockbird and a hen, made available by Troy Holmes from South Australia. Now the hen finished 5th at the Interclub, as you can see on the screen. Cock was placed 2nd at the Interbranch selection for South Australia, and the cockbird went on to finish 6th today in the normal grey-green class, so obviously a very handy cockbird, and the hen looks just as good, so a strong pair of budgies.
Yes, the birds can compare each other. The complement is the word I'm looking for, complement each other. The hen's got a very wide browy top across the cere. The cockbird's a lot of height above the eye.
Lovely clean hen to complement the cockbird. So that's just a sample of some of the birds available in the ANBC auction. Hopefully, time permitting, we'll get to look at the other pairs that are available.
It shouldn't be too long now before we open the second session of judging. The stewards are now putting birds on the staging, so it won't be too long. The judges are making their way back into the hall, and it won't be too long before we kick it underway.
So we've just got a couple of things we want to run through before judging kicks off. So the first one we want to do is we want to just recap the results so far after the first 8 classes.
So this is the zones at this present time as they stand for the morning session. Victoria 181 points, South Queensland 152 points, New South Wales 137 points, South Australia 119 points, Northern and Central Queensland 96 points, Western Australia 88 and Tasmania 56.
So there are our standings for our zones as they stand at the moment after 8 classes. Coming up in session 2, we have 6 classes that will be
judged this afternoon.
Yeah, judged. So class 9 through to class 14. So good luck to all the exhibitors, and there you can see the bird in the dilute class, class 9, up on the screen. And also, before we kick off with that, we just wanted to mention something else.
Yes, just about all the judges' comments after each class. The judges are making their comments. These are now available on the results site, www.nationalresults.net. So that's all been collated by Carol Goff. So a special mention and a big thank you to Carol, who's been painstakingly recording and collating all the judges' comments. So thank you very much for that, Carol. The people on the computers really appreciate the effort. It just saves a lot of work for them. So thank you, Carol.
Well done, Carol.
All right, so we're just waiting now till the judging commences. So what we have up first in the dilute class, just a quick brief outlook on what's happened in the previous years with the grey wing class, dilute class. So last year's winner of the dilute class was Vic Murray from Victoria. Previous to that, in 2018, we had Western Australia. Then for the 3 years prior to that, we had Victoria. So they've been very dominant in the dilute class over the last 5 years. Vic Murray's won 2 of the last 3, and Victoria 4 out of the last 5. After the dilute class, we'll have the Lutino class. The previous winner last year of the Lutino class was Gary Hibbard from South Queensland. But prior to that, the 4 years prior to that, Victoria were the winners. So Victoria have won 4 of the last 5 years. So that's a Herculean effort from Victoria to win 4 years in a row, and we'll see what happens this year. Okay, looks we've got birds up on the bench.
So what we might do is we got a little bit of time here and kicking off this session, and we've also got a smaller class by the looks of it. So what we'll do is we'll run through the cage letters and the exhibitors for the dilute class.
In their zones. So if you've got a little pen and paper at home, you want to jot down the numbers of your cages for your zone. South Australia are the first zone. We have cages D, H and P. Victoria, the second zone, have cages C, N and S. New South Wales, F, M and T. Tasmania, A, J, Q. Western Australia, E, I, U. Northern and Central Queensland, B, L, R. And South Queensland, G, K, O. So that's the dilute class.
Now you'll see a change in the judges as well.
Yes.
So this session we've got John Mulley judging with Peter Thurn, and they're doing the dilute class here on the left. And on the right hand side of the stage we have Stephen Moe and Scott Erickson looking at the Lutino class.
So I'll just go through the zones and their cage numbers for you here. So South Australia have cages D, L and S. Victoria, cages B, M, Q. New South Wales, cages C, H and R. Tasmania, cages A, K and T. Western Australia, cages E, I, U. Northern and Central Queensland, cages F, N and P. And South Queensland, cages G, J, O. So let's see what they're up to on the judging front. So Peter and, can't see what Peter and John are doing, but Scott and Stephen are going through. Just having a quick look at these first shots. The colour's very good on both those front birds, B and H. Liking the feather quality on both those birds.
Showing good facial features, good head qualities. Which you'd expect in the Lutino class, because it's a variety that's gone from strength to strength. Very popular. There's some really nice Lutinos being produced up to the standard of normal classes. So really strong birds. And as you can see there from that wide shot, quite a bit of depth in the class. Some good sized birds, some birds with presence, filling up that show cage nicely. So should be a good class to watch. And our dilutes here, Peter and John. Early days yet, you can just see they're just having a look at the birds.
Dilutes are a difficult class in respect to that there's so many variations for dilutes in shades of body colour and wing markings.
So as the name suggests, dilute means that the body colour has been diluted down from what you'd expect to see in a normal variety bird.
Just quickly looking over Peter's left elbow, it's got the
Cage
quality
D.
there in cage D. So we're looking cage D, Jason and
Wayne
Wiedenhofer.
From South Australia.
Class, what's cage C? Mark?
Cage C, we've got a partnership of Bader and Turnbull from Victoria.
We probably should just let the judges do a little bit of changing before we give you too much of an update on the positions, because at this stage they're only positioning the birds around, but we can just give comment. Oh, she's a very strong, powerful hen, this one.
You can see the directional feather, so the feather coming down the side, either side of the bird's ear, showing those modern facial features.
And a good example of a grey-yellow.
Gone out to the wide shot again. So just in regards to the dilutes, they're one of the earlier varieties. They were basically first seen around 1872 in Belgium and Germany around that time. So they're one of the earlier varieties that originated from the normal light greens in the wild. Like Gary mentioned, there's a bit of shuffling going on, positioning of cages, especially in the dilute class as they're working their way down the line, assessing each bird.
M's another strong quality bird for New South Wales.
Partnership of Anilzark and Boehringer.
Cage O is of South Queensland from Steve Kildoff. Lee Tony's at the moment looks like a B. So we've got Jay Mill from Victoria up front.
So the bird oh, we've just moved, sorry about that.
Looking from here, it looks like there's a good strong class of colour for these Lutinos. They all seem to have very good colour.
So what colour are they actually looking for, the judges, Gary?
Well, the deeper the better. We're looking for a buttercup yellow. The deeper the colour, the more points they'll attract. So you're looking for that deep buttercup yellow right throughout. So H looks a big solid bird, as well as Cage G, which is Cage G is Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland, were the previous winners of this class last year. So they're sitting in third place at the present time. Cage C is Anthony Starkovic from New South Wales.
There we go, so there's the bird currently, by the looks of it, in first place in the Lutino class. Cage B, the Victorian bird, is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Very nice body feather on this bird, very coarse body feather. The two judges are conferring on something. Looking at Cage L.
So it looks like they've moved Cage L to the right-hand side of the bottom row.
Which is not a good sign, because that normally detects a disqualification, or disqualification is normally when they sit it to the right-hand side.
Okay, so B, G, H are currently in the first three positions in the Lutino class. So what have we got? B.
So in the Lutinos, B is still J. Mill from Victoria.
H.
Cage H is Matt Hollyoak from New South Wales. Cage M is Alan Ray from Victoria.
And they've gone over to dilutes, guys.
No, we're back up. So that was the dilute.
But Cage M in the dilute class is Anilzak and Boringer from New South Wales, the partnership.
Yeah, so we've just got to keep our wits about us, because we're reading from fact sheets here of all the individual breeders, and if they change screen on us.
And again, the judges are conferring on a bird in the dilute class. We can't make out what cage that is at the moment. Discussing one of the birds on the top row there. You can see the judges there in deep conversation about
that one bird,
particular bird.
Majority of the Lutino class are sitting well on the perches. We've only got a couple on the bottom row that are Yes, the judges, I've just been told, are discussing on Cage S as a disqualification. They're discussing that. I don't know if that's a disqualification or they're just placing it down lower in the order. So we don't know if that's just a... Okay, Cage S has been DQ'd on variety, so I'll get an update later onto why that was disqualified for varietal features.
I'm sure the judges will make mention of that in their comments after they finish the class.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a grey area when you get birds so close with the grey wing and dilute. They're classing this bird, Cage S, as a grey wing. I love the stance on this Cage O. He stands up there, he's looking at the judges and putting his best foot forward.
Cage O in the dilute class is Steve Kilduff from South Queensland.
Okay, we're just going to zoom in now on this bird. If you have a look, the body colour's probably way too dark for a dilute. It's nearly full intensity body colour, which indicates it's a grey wing. And the grey wing marking as well would indicate it's a grey wing. But saying that, it's still a lovely, lovely bird.
So that's where the importance of the characteristics of the variety come into play when the judges are looking at the classes and the birds. And we're back to the Lutino class. You can see that we're still working on
the middle of the range.
Yeah.
So the Lutinos at the moment haven't moved. So B is Victorian bird from J. Meal. H is Matt Hollyoak from New South Wales. and C is Anthony Starcevic from New South Wales. So New South Wales, they're 2 in the top 3 at the present time. Bird in KG is quite nice. El Trumper from Western Australia. Looks like a nice hen in M.
We've got KGM is Alan Rowe from Victoria.
It's a little bit hard to determine the sex on these shots because we don't have enough.
Swapping KGM up into 4th place and placing KGU into 5th place.
Yep. DCNO in the first 3 places.
Okay, so in the dilute class, currently we've got in first position Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. Cage C, we have Beta and Turnbull Partnership from Victoria. If John just steps back, I'll be able to see Cage O in 3rd place. Steve Kilduff from South Queensland.
Cage M's 4th.
And N, sorry, is 3rd. O was 4th. N is M&R Randall from Victoria, so that's in 3rd spot, Cage N. 4th spot was Cage O, Steve Kilduff. Just a little background about the mutation of Lutinos, that class. Lutinos pretty much occurred simultaneously in England, Europe and Australia during 1932 through to 1936. So again, approaching over 100 years that Lutinos have been in existence. So again, we can see on that wide shot, most of the birds in the dilute class are perching quite well, displaying themselves quite well. You can see the bird in cage C standing up there, looking quite relaxed.
Yeah, just to mention too, it must be a little bit of bittersweet for poor old Wayne and Jason. Wayne not being able to be here today and watching his birds getting judged, so, and his birds sitting first at the present time, so that would be very exciting for Wayne at home, I would expect. Okay, Class C looks quite a nice solid bird as well. Beautiful frontal facial features. Okay, looks like the boys are changing the cages around now, so they must be getting close. Cage N's a big, wide-shouldered bird as well. The first time we've seen that view of her, or him, so quite a lot of distance between the shoulders for Cage N, which is belonging to M&R Randall from Victoria. Quite a strong class of dilutes, this one. Some very nice birds in the top row. And I suspect there'll be some nice birds on the bottom row. It's a little bit difficult for us to determine the sex of the bird from our view. It's we can't really determine hens and cocks until we get really good close-ups, but so if we do make a mistake calling a bird's sex occasionally, you'll have to bear with us because we don't have a really good view of that.
So as in all the previous classes and all the classes, judges will judge this weekend. They're moving the bottom row to the top to get that good look at the bird and give it every chance of performing it as best, having a good look at it at eye level.
So I don't think that the Lutinos have changed a great deal, so we still have B at the top, which is J. Merle, H, Cage H, Matt Holyoake of New South Wales, Cage G, Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland, and Cage M, Alan Rowe from Victoria. So they hasn't changed a great deal.
in saying that, they're just swapping top row for bottom row in the Lutino class. Even from that angle on the camera, you can see some of the body size, some of the strength in the Lutino class. Some really top quality birds. And again, with the judges moving the cages, it's giving them that opportunity to have a look at that bird. It's an opportunity for a particular feature on that bird to catch the judge's eye as they're looking at them, as they're moving them.
You would have noticed then that Stephen was probably pointing out to Scott it's something he's picked up as he's moved the bird, or it's moved into a different position. So they do get to assess the birds even when they're moving them.
And again, the judge is standing back to get that good overall look, looking at the bird's shape.
Yes, the outline's quite important.
Sometimes what catches your eye from up close equally catches your eye, or even more so when you step back from the birds, especially when it comes to the overall shape of the bird, position on the perch, the balance of the bird.
Especially when you have two birds that are very close in quality. You know, you're looking for the finer details then of outline and shape, and so it does pay to stand back and have a look at the bird and try to get the best view you can.
And that's when you may see some positional changes of birds moving up, a few positions.
So I think the boys doing the loots have come to a consensus on where they think the bird should be sitting at the present time, and once they get them up then they'll probably have a quick look across the top again and see if there's any bird that's performing. Then they'll mark the cages.
So at this stage it doesn't look like there's been a lot of chopping and changing as far as positions go in the Lutino class. So best of luck to everyone who's got a bird in that class. Very strong class. You can see Steve Moe taking the bird from the left-hand side of the bottom row, comparing it to the bird at the right-hand side of the top row.
Just looking at cage P now on the dilute class.
Cage P.
From George England.
George England from South Australia.
Who's nervously standing beside me watching this class from outside. George is our security at the moment, doing all the good jobs out the front, not being able to see the birds.
Keeping Gary under control. There's cage K in the dilute class. Brian Walters from South Queensland.
Yeah, strong bird, that cage K.
So can we see that we can see those birds on the top row of the Lutino class, all bar one of them up on the perch, giving all they've got.
It looks like Steve might be prepared to mark some cages there. So Peter and John are swapping the birds back now to make their final assessment. To anybody out there that have given thought to judging. It's a very satisfying experience to be able to do an apprenticeship and learning how to judge than having the top of the tree and being able to judge a national. So it's quite a
rewarding experience.
Yes, very rewarding experience.
And you don't get a better seat in the house.
Okay, we just lost the birds. We'll see what's happening now. I think the dialerts are getting done.
Lutinos must be fairly close. It looks like they're...
So Peter's just compared the top row and bottom row.
You can see John has managed to get that bird on the perch. So
I've noticed Scotty there, looks like he's making notes.
So it looks like we're getting close to numbering cages in the Lutino class. And there we go.
Congratulations to Cage B, J. Mearl from Victoria.
Cage H is second.
Matt Holyoake from New South Wales.
G is third.
Gary and Helen Hibbard, well done.
Cage M is fourth.
Alan Rowe from Victoria.
Cage U is fifth.
B. Baffles from Western Australia, well done.
Cage C is sixth.
Anthony Starchevich from New South Wales.
Cage I is seventh.
The M&D Gearing, Western Australia.
Cage R is eighth.
George Gregorio from New South Wales. Cage
9. Cage E is ninth. Cage Q is 10th.
That's in.
P is 11th in the Lutino class. D and S Brooks. 12th is D. Graham McCullum, South Australia. 13th is J. Gary and Helen Hibbard again. 15th is N. A. It's for 16th. 17th is Cage F. 18th is Cage, move the hand, T. 19th is Cage K.
Congratulations to the winner, J. Mearl.
And all the exhibitors in the class.
So that's another winner, Victoria, which are doing very well on day one. Second place to Matt Holyoake from New South Wales. And third place to Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland.
And as
Results of Class 10, Latino class. First is Cage B. Second, Cage H. Third, Cage G. Fourth is Cage M. Fifth is Cage U. Sixth, Cage C. Seventh, Cage I. Eighth is Cage R. Ninth is Cage E. 10th is Cage Q. 11th is Cage P. 12th is Cage D. 13th is Cage J. 14th is Cage S. 15th is Cage N. 16th is cage A. 17th is cage F. 18th is cage T. 19th is cage K. And the bird in cage L is disqualified.
So we should be crossing back now to
the dilute class. And I wouldn't think the judges are too far away from making a decision in that class. So good luck to all the exhibitors. I think when we last saw them, cage D is in, and here we go. Cage D is first. Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. That'll be a very popular win for the host state. Cage C is second, which is third cage N. Bader and Turnbull was second. Cage N, M&R Randall from Victoria. Cage O is fourth. Stephen Kilduff from South Queensland. Cage M is fifth. Anilzak and Boringer Partnership from New South Wales. Cage F is sixth. Craig Buckingham from New South Wales. Cage G is seventh. Brian Walters from South Queensland. Cage E is eighth. Cage E was Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Ninth is Cage K. Brian Walters from South Queensland. 10th is Cage H. Ian and Gina Wise from South Australia. And hopefully moving down to the bottom row, Cage I is 11th. Brenda Kamada from Western Australia. Sorry, I can't make out that cage. Yep, cameraman's gone. 13th is Cage A in the dilute class. 14th for Cage J. Derek Poole from Tasmania. 10th is 15th place. Bruce Whiting from New South Wales. Q is 16th, and that is Derek Poole from Tasmania. 17th is Cage, can't make that out, sorry, Cage L, which is A Buffer from North Central Queensland, and 18th position is Cage B, Russell and Cheryl Ogden from North Central Queensland, and 19th is Cage U, and Cage S was disqualified, unfortunately.
Well, congratulations to our winner, Jason and Wiedenhofer.
A very well done. Congratulations.
Excellent. Shame you couldn't be here to watch it and experience the joy of winning a national logie.
But I'm sure it'll be softened. The blow will be softened by having a national champion dilute for 2022. Well done.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, we're back with the first class after the lunch, and a great class this was. We had the fortune to do the Latinos. It was a very easy class to pick the winner from. He stood out from the beginning. We went straight to first place, and there he stayed. He is a big, powerful budgie. It doesn't matter how you look at him. If he had an error, he just drops his tail a little bit, but the strength of the bird is just amazing. A clear, easy winner. Having said that, the second place bird is a bird with a lot going for it. It's got all the directional feather, it's got the perfect silhouette shape, its colour could be just a little bit more, but a really super budgie. On any other day, probably would be a winner at this level, but unfortunately, met the one in front of him. We come down to the third bird, and it's the hot colour of the class, right? We saw him earlier on, and we looked at him and thought, oh, he's going to really be a contender. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have the power of the two in front of him. But whoever's breeding for colour is doing a great job with that bird. The others drop away a little bit in terms of strength and power, but they're good budgies regardless. Until we get down to, and I think it's this girl here, C. C was a bird we had initially right up the top end. The only problem with her, which I'm not sure that you can see it, is that when she's on the perch and relaxed, she drops her flights. When you stir her up to try and pick them up, she then kicks up secondaries. So she definitely has a wing issue, but she has beautiful directional feather and she's got a really good body. So she's a good bird to work with. Just for a show bird, she just presents a couple of errors that we could do without. The rest of the birds, they do fall away a little bit, unfortunately, and the bird at the end got disqualified because he didn't have a tail. But it was a really nice class to judge. Thank you.
We're going to jump over to the results of the...
So you just heard the comments there on the Lutino class from Judge Stephen Moe. As I was saying earlier on, before Stephen came on, next two classes up are class 11 and 12, the albino class and the dark-eyed cleared class.
Results of Class 9, dilute class. First is Cage D. Second is Cage C. Third is Cage N. Fourth is Cage O. Fifth is Cage M. Sixth is Cage F. Seventh is Cage G. Eighth is Cage E. Ninth is Cage K. 10th is Cage H. 11th is Cage I. 12th is Cage P. 13th is Cage A. 14th is Cage J. 15th is Cage T. 16th is Cage Q. 17th is Cage L. 18th is Cage B. 19th is Cage U. And Cage S was disqualified.
There you go. David just announced all the winners and placings for the dilute class. So next two classes to be judged are the albino and the dark-eyed clear.
Okay, so just a bit of history on the albino. Albinos came to being around the 1930s.
So we've just finished judging the dilute classes, and I've just got to say, well, I'm absolutely blown away by the quality of this hen in first place. She is just a standout budgerigar. I don't care what colour you wanted to paint it. She is just an extraordinary good hen, and a clear winner in this class. Just a real pleasure to see this a bird of this quality. I mean, she's got one little flight just kicking up at the moment, which just spoils it just a wee bit. But gee, she's a good budgerigar. She's got an advantage today over the bird in second, just with her width, her directional feather, her modern face. You know, not taking too much away from the Sky Cock in second. He's a good budgie, and he's probably the bird with the next best modern face in the class. But he's not got the power, the shoulder, the stance, the presence that this bird in first has got. In placing second over third, it's a style that gets him into second place. He is a beautiful, stylish budgie. He's got a wonderful frontal and a nice release about him. He's got a good shape. It's probably that shape, that overall shape, that carries him over the powerful grey hen we have in third. Third over fourth, the grey hen's just got that little bit more substance, a bit more shoulder. A nice hen, probably a little looser in feather, but an overall good, powerful hen, but maybe not quite as modern as the birds above her. She's got that advantage in shoulder over this nice, stylish, long grey-green cock we've got down here in fourth. Another bird probably just lacking a little bit of condition. Maybe a couple more weeks might help him, but a nice sort of a dilute. Got to love the length about him. It's that overall length that places him above this nice powerful hen we've got down here in 5th. She's got some grunt and shoulder and things going for her. Probably doesn't release a cap as well as you'd like to see, but you've got to admire her power in her front end. This hen, I mean, it's an interesting decision, 5th and 6th. This girl shows her heart out, and when she relaxes and lifts, she's got this wonderful frontal. But when you get frontal onto her, she's a wee bit narrow across the face, and she's also got just her flights are probably a little longer than you'd like. So a tough call. You know, if you wanted to flip them, I'd be happy. But you know, at the end of the day, we had to make a call, and that's what we did. And finally, just the bird down in S is a grey wing. So it's kind of thanks for coming, you know.
The comments, judges' comments for the dilute class. And as mentioned earlier on, the 2 classes next up are the albino class, class 11, and the dark-eyed clear class, class 12.
Just an update, not an update, just a background on the previous winners of the albino class. 2009 in Brisbane, the winner was Tim Gleeson of New South Wales. Prior to that, in 2018, was Western Australia. 2017 was South Queensland. 2016 was Northern and Central Queensland. And 2015 was Mandurah. So it's spread itself out across 5 different zones in 5 years, so that's spreading the love. So the dark-eyed clears, over the last 5 years, the previous winner in Brisbane in 2019 was Mort Faddy from South Queensland. Mort's won 2 of the last 3 of the dark-eyed clears. So in 2018 it was New South Wales, 2017 was South Queensland, 2016 was Hobart, and 2015 North and Central Queensland.
Alright, so they've brought the birds out to the staging, the albinos. And on the right hand side, and you can see the dark-eyed clears are just coming out on the left hand side of the stage. And from first glimpses, looks a very strong albino class. Again, it's not another one of those varieties that's gone from strength to strength, the quality of the birds, ever improving. Some really good examples of albinos being bred.
Looks to me that the judges are impressed what they've been placed in front of them at the present time. A lot of conversation over a lot of different cages.
Quite a few birds catching their eyes. So while the bird judges are looking at them, we might go through the actual birds that are in here, the cage and the exhibitor. So we've got cage A is Cedric da Costa from South Queensland. This is the albino class, of course. Cage B, M&D Gearing from Western Australia. Cage C, Guy Denning from New South Wales. Cage D, Ross Crack from Tasmania. Cage E, P&D Smith from Victoria. Cage F, Michael Sloper from South Australia. Cage G, B Schuster from North Central Queensland. Cage H, Laura de Bruin from Tasmania. Cage I, Gavin Tilse from South Queensland. J, Marshall family from South Australia. K, Wayne Carshire from Victoria. L, the Troy family from New South Wales. Cage M, Ian Schneider from North Central Queensland. Cage N, Les Trumper from Western Australia. Cage O, the Marshall family from South Australia. Cage P, Ellen P. Walmsley from North Central Queensland. Q, Cedric da Costa from South Queensland. R, Luke Connor from New South Wales. S, Ross Crack from Tasmania. T, L. Trumper from Western Australia. And finally, Cage U, Wayne Carshire from Victoria.
Okay, Mark, I'll just mention the dark-eyed clear. Cage A, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer, South Australia. Cage B, Mort Fatty from South Queensland. Cage C, Dale Ward from Tasmania. Cage D, Alan Rowe from Victoria. Cage E, Tony Butt from New South Wales. No one has birds in cage F or G. So in cage H have Mort Fatty from South Queensland. Cage I is Peter Cross from Tasmania. Cage J is Alan Rowe from Victoria. Cage K is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. Cage L, Tony Butt from New South Wales. No birds in classes M, N or O. Cage P, Grant Fitzpatrick from New South Wales. Cage Q, Peter Cross from Tasmania. No birds in cages R or S. Cage T is Les Phillips from South Queensland. And cage U is Dreamtime Budgies, Victoria. So it's over to the judges, and let's see how they perform on this two classes.
So as Gary was mentioning earlier on, the judges of the albino class look quite impressed early on with the overall quality of the birds that they're looking at. You can judge by their reaction to the birds that they're...
You might have noticed there that Scott was just writing down some of the cage numbers so that he knows they're the birds that he took his initial eye, and when he gets to position them, he'll be able to bring those birds up. So he just writes down the cage numbers that strike them as birds that should be in the top row or top 3 or 4 positions, and they go from there.
And just in regards to a bit of history on the dark-eyed clear, there's not a lot out there. The ANBC is still doing some investigations, and when more comes to light in regards to the history of the dark-eyed clear, they'll put that in the standard itself, the ANBC standard. So dark-eyed clears, whites and yellows you'll see in this class, and basically these birds derive from pieds. That's how they come about. They're bred down from pieds. So just a bit of background on that class. So very early days in the albino class, we can see cage E, K and A up the front on the top row.
So we presently in the front position is a bird owned by Tony Butt from New South Wales.
That's in the dark-eyed clear class, you can see there on your screen.
Exceptionally good colour.
Very energetic at the moment.
Cage D at the present time is a Alan Rowe bird from Victoria.
Just to give you a quick update on the albino class, cage E belongs to P&D Smith from Victoria. Cage K belongs to Wayne Karsher from Victoria. They've just gone across to the dark-eyed clears, so I missed the third bird, sorry.
Cage H in the dark-eyed clears belongs to Mort Fatty from South Queensland. Cage L belongs to Tony Butt from New South Wales. Cage A is Jason Wayne Wiedenhofer.
Cage T is Les Phillips from South Queensland.
So they're the current top row at the moment.
Looks to be good consistency in those first few birds, as you can see on the screen.
Exceptionally good colour on the top 3 birds. The whites do tend to show a little bit more body suffusion than the yellows do, so it's always hard for the yellows to be that pure white, but that's the challenge that the dark-eyed clear breeders have to face.
So back to the albinos, we can see cage A is in 3rd position, Cedric da Costa from South Queensland currently. Cage O is in 4th position, Marshall family from South Australia. We also have the top row for the albinos. Oh, they just changed camera on us. That bird there in front of us, cage K in the albinos, is Wayne Karsher's bird from Victoria.
A.
Cage A there is Cedric da Costa's from South Queensland. Okay, so back on the top row with the albinos. 5th position currently is Cage B, Mick and Debbie Gearing from Western Australia. Cage C in 6th position currently is Guy Denning of New South Wales. And I'm pretty sure they've gone back. I think this is the bird in the front of the class, of the albino class. They just displayed them. But long way to go in the judging.
KG looks a big, solid budgie.
Very, very strong through the shoulder and the body. So currently Victoria is sitting 1 and 2 in the albino class. Victorian breeders, or exhibitors I should say. So as Gary mentioned early on, you could see there's a few vacancies in this class, so we're short of a few numbers. But the consistency and the quality looks quite good in the dark-eyed clears, so it looks very competitive.
We're sitting EDH in the dark-eyed clears, so Tony Butt from New South Wales, Alan Rowe and Mort Faddy.
Just a minor change there you can see on your screen, the dark-eyed clear class.
Quite a nice size bird for a dark-eyed clear, because you don't tend to get them in great size. That seems to be quite a big bird for a dark-eyed clear.
And again, we can see the judges stepping back doing that comparison.
Yeah.
But that's a good example of that good even body colour of yellow through the bird.
And deep body colour too, which is pleasing, which is optimum for dark-eyed. For self-coloured birds, you want the deepest colour you can get in a self-coloured budgerigar. Will be albinos, lutes. Dark-eyed clears, you want that deep body colour. And both of these birds, Cage D is the same. Very good even body colour. Quite a reasonable depth of mask. Cage H of Mort Faddy, quite a nice hen. Nice. We're going to change now to the albinos. We seem to have an issue there in the albino class.
So you can see the judges conferring on a particular bird in a discussion.
So KGM.
Yes, it looks like KGM is the bird that the judges are discussing.
The opinion is that KGM hasn't a tail, so it will be DQ'd, unfortunately. The good thing too in the current situation with our showing is that we bring 3 birds over in each zone, and at least the bird could have dropped the tail on its journey across, but he still gets to be put on the staging and still gets to be looked at. So, yeah, it's a good thing for the exhibitor that gets a bird selected through his club, selected through his state, and goes to the national and gets on the bench, even though it can't go any further or gets DQ'd because of a dropped tail. At least it's out there to be viewed, and that's very important, that every bird that's brought to a national has the opportunity to be displayed. Okay, we're judging the albinos.
So we've got Cage E, by the looks of it, sitting in first position. I'm not sure they're at that stage where they're... So Cage K currently second in the albino class. early days yet. As we mentioned earlier on, it's until they ride on the cage, the number of placing on the cage, the decision isn't final.
Cage A's made a leap forward, 4 positions.
So there's a little bit of changing of positions on the top row in the albino class. As Gary mentioned, Cage A has moved up.
Cage R's gone up a position.
And we've swapped R and O around. And they've discussed the birds again, and it looks like there's a further change. So and there's also been judges have just swapped around second and third placing in the dark-eyed clear class. So we've currently got E in first position in the dark-eyed clear class.
Tony Butt still is in the front. Cage H, we have Mort Fatty, and Cage D is Alan Rowe. So that's the 2 they've changed around at the present time. They're still conferring, and I don't think they're 100% satisfied with the first place and second place at the moment. I think there might be consideration of a swap there, but I might be wrong. No, they're just changing now, so whatever conference they're having between themselves then, they stuck to the original decisions. We're still sitting EK and now R, which is Luke Connor from New South Wales.
Cage C in the albinos has moved up into 4th place as well, which is Guy Denning from New South Wales. So New South Wales doing quite well in the albino class, sitting in 3rd and 4th position.
I think we have a decision pending on the dark-eyed clears. I think they're satisfied with the way they've placed the birds currently. So we're still sitting Cage E, H, D. Myself. Here's the final decisions at the end of this row.
Doing that comparison again from the bird on the left of the bottom row to the bird on the right hand side of the top row. Just ensuring they're happy with the positionings and the placings in the class.
Looks like Scott is now taking his notes, and the boys doing the albinos are now swapping the cages from top to bottom.
Very even class of quality by the looks of it in the albino class. A lot of depth in the class.
Peter's just up there now checking the bottom row to the top row to compare those 2 birds. We had a late run from Cage when John brings that across. A late flurry from the bird in Cage.
We should put the scores, the updated scores.
Okay, so Peter's moving some cages across. Looks like this bird is going to move
in cage N's.
Cage N into 5th position. Cage N in the albino class belongs to L Trumper from Western.
So we have a winner in the
dark-eyed clear class. Cage E. Tony Butt from New South Wales, 2nd. Cage H. Mort Fatty from South Queensland. Cage D is 3rd. Alan Rowe from Victoria, 4th. Cage T. Les Phillips from South Queensland. Cage A is in 5th position. Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. Cage C is 6th. Dale Ward from Tasmania. Cage L is 7th. Tony Butt from New South Wales. Cage I is 8th. And that was Peter Cross from Tasmania, 9th. Mort Fatty from South Queensland, who's in B. Cage P was 10th. Grant Fitzpatrick from New South Wales. Cage U is 11th. Dreamtime Budgerigars from Victoria. 12th is Cage K. That was Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer. 13th is J, which is Alan Rowe from Victoria. And 14th is Cage Q from Peter Cross in Tasmania. Well done to everyone in the dark-eyed clear class and to Tony Butt.
To Tony Butt. Spread across the board there too. We had a New South Wales, South Queensland and Victoria.
And Mort Fatty finishing 2nd. He's had a lot of success in the dark-eyed clear class over the last few national shows.
We're going to go across to Dave.
Results of Class 12 dark-eyed clear. First, Cage E. 2nd, Cage H. 3rd is Cage D. 4th is Cage T. 5th is Cage A. 6th is Cage C. 7th is Cage L. 8th is Cage I. 9th is Cage B. 10th is Cage P. 11th is Cage U. 12th is Cage K. 13th is Cage J. And 14th is Cage Q.
Okay, we should be heading across and back to the albino for that final results.
And we should be getting to the pointy end of the judging in the albino class, Class 11.
Heading over to Scott now to do his talk on the winners of the dark-eyed clear.
Okay, Stephen, I had the pleasure of judging the dark-eyed clears. A very nice class, dark eyes compared to, they're really improving well. First is a top dark-eye cockbird. He's a clear winner, one of the best dark eyes we've ever seen, Cage E. Second bird's a lovely hen. She just drops her flights a bit which really wrecks her outline a bit. And then in the cock in Cage 3 is a much better bird shoulder and stance than the 4th bird, and they just fall away a bit from there. So some very nice birds. Credit to the breeders. The dark eyes are really coming up through the ranks now.
All the winners and the successful exhibitors that put birds into the dark-eyed clear class. Very hard variety to achieve quality in that variety. So congratulations to all the people and all the exhibitors that placed birds at the Nationals for that variety.
Okay, so while the judges are looking at the bottom row of the albino class, we'll just give you a quick update on the point score for the zones. So currently we have Victoria on 230 points, South Queensland on 189, New South Wales on 178, South Australia on 149, Western Australia on 118, North Central Queensland on 109, and Tasmania on 66 points.
I think this year there's a lot closer spread of points among all the zones, which is pleasing. That means that there's not 2 or 3 zones dominating the Nationals. The other zones are lifting their game and certainly putting it to the other 2 or 3 zones that are normally up the front end. So congratulations to the other zones for doing so well up to date.
And all the exhibitors participating.
Yes.
So as you can see, the quality of the albino class, you can see the quality of the birds on the bottom row is of a high standard. Looks a very good quality of class.
Yes, it was, as Mark mentioned there, you might have noticed that a lot of the top 4 or 5 albinos have very good shoulder, very lot of width of shoulder, a lot of strength between the shoulder.
Okay, so it looks like, no, Peter looked like he was going to move that cage then and start swapping them over, but he looks like he's having fun, but. And it looks as though there's a cage on the move in the albino class.
Made a leap of 4 or 5 placings.
That's cage J. Cage J in the albino class is
Marshall found from South Australia, so that's earned their zone a few valuable points.
So shortly we would expect that the top and bottom rows would be swapped over. The judges will be
close to marking the cages, and I think we'll have a new albino winner for 2022.
Okay, while the judges are doing that, the next class we've got coming onto the staging on the left-hand side is the Class 13, the Clearwing class. So we will endeavour to get through the cages and the exhibitors. Now might be a good time to start on it anyway. So in the Clearwing class we have Cage A, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia, Cage B, MHG, Budgerigars, South Queensland, C is L&P Walmsley from North Central Queensland, D, G&M Lynch, New South Wales, E, M&D Gearing, Western Australia, F, Derek Poole from Tasmania, G and H, Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria have both those cages, I, Ian and Kathy Manton of New South Wales, J, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia, K, M&D Gearing, Western Australia, Cage L, B, Schuster from North Central Queensland, Cage M, Derek Poole, Tasmania, Cage N, Cedric da Costa, South Queensland, Cage O, R&V Gardner from North Central Queensland, Cage P, Ian and Kathy Manton, New South Wales, Cage Q, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia, Cage R is vacant, Cage S, NHG Budgerigars, South Queensland, T, Shepherd and Flanagan, and U is Derek Poole from Tasmania. So there are our cages and our exhibitors for the Clearwing class.
So before we go ahead with the grey wing exhibitors, we just might wait. I think they're very close to marking the cages.
Yes, and I'm running out of my voice, so you weren't going to get the grey wings anyway.
We'll have to ply it with some nice liquid tonight.
Okay, so you can see they're
taking their time, so this class must be very strong because they're not jumping to decisions lightly. They're really studying the birds, and I think the first 5 or 6 are very close. So it looks like we have a winner, KG.
So cage E, by the looks of it, and the pen goes on the cage now, is P&D Smith from Victoria. Cage K, second, is Wayne Karsher from Victoria. Cage N is third, L Trumper from Western Australia. Cage R is fourth. Cage R is Luke Connor from New South Wales. Cage C is fifth, Guy Denning of New South Wales. Cage A is sixth. Cage A is Cedric DaCosta from South Queensland. Cage O is seventh, and that is Marshall family from South Australia. Cage F is eighth, and that was Michael Sloper from South Australia. Ninth. Cage B, Mick Gearing from Western Australia. Cage U is 10th, Wayne Karsher from Victoria. 11th is Cage I, and that is Gavin Tills from South Queensland. And when the camera gets back to it, John's going to mark some more cages. We'll give those to you. Looks like Cage H there is 12th. Is Laura De Bruin from Tasmania. Cage Q is 13th, and that is Cedric DaCosta from South Queensland again. Cage L is 14th, Troy family from New South Wales. I can't see that cage number correctly. Cage J, 15th, is from the Marshall family, South Australia. 16th, Cage P, P Walmsley, North Central Queensland. 17th is Cage G, which is B Schuster from North Central Queensland. 18th, Cage D, Ross Crack from Tasmania. 19th, Cage T, Les Trumper from Western Australia. And 20th position, Cage S. Cage S was Ross Crack from Tasmania. Disqualified bird was
Yes, the cage M was disqualified for no tail.
Well done to everyone in the albino class.
Results of Class 11, albino. First, Cage E. Second, Cage K. Third, Cage N. Fourth, Cage R. Fifth, Cage C. Sixth, Cage A. Seventh, Cage O. Eighth, Cage F. Ninth, Cage B. 10th, Cage U. 11th, Cage I. 12th, Cage H. 13th, Cage Q. 14th, Cage L. 15th, Cage J. 16th, Cage P. 17th, Cage G. 18th, Cage D. 19th, Cage T. 20th, Cage S. And cage number M is disqualified.
Okay, so you just heard the official results there and the placings from Dave Ganza.
So the next two classes and for the day, final two classes, Mark's gave you a rundown of the exhibitors for the clear wings, and I'll go through the cage numbers for the grey wing.
No, we won't.
Well, we just judged the albinos. First two birds, superb birds, picked themselves. First bird, large bird, strong shoulders, very nice outline, lovely directional feather, deep mask. Second bird, very similar bird, strong shoulders, lovely back line, lots of directional feather, deep mask. Just the bird in front was a little bit longer. Third bird, this bird you might have seen move right up from the way down below when he started to show himself. Very clean bird, nice top when he showed himself, just had lovely directional feather. Fourth bird, Cage R, very clean bird, very good condition, similar to bird C. very nice condition, very sleek. You might have noticed we took a fair while with these birds because once we got below the first two, they're all very, very difficult to separate. But the longer we went, the more they changed, and some of the birds started to show themselves, so we moved them up. The last bird in cage M, that was a disqualification, didn't have any tail. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back. Gary might get a chance to run through those cages and exhibitors for the grey wing class.
Okay, this cage A in the grey wing class is R&M Vidler from Northern and Central Queensland. Cage B, Jane Matthews, New South Wales. C, M&D Gearing, Western Australia. D, Grant and Tammy Butel, South Queensland. E, the Holmes family, South Australia. F, Shepherd and Flanagan, Victoria. G, Trevor Johnson, Tasmania. H, Ian Hardenage from Tasmania. Sorry if I mispronounced that, Ian. Grant and Tammy Butel, South Queensland. Holmes family is in cage J. K is Shepherd and Flanagan, Victoria. L, DNS Brooks from NNC, North and Central Queensland. M is Anilzark and Byridger from New South Wales. N is M&D Gearing from Western Australia. O is W&C Schultz from North Queensland, North and Central Queensland. P is M&D Gearing from Western Australia. Q, Barry Prange from South Queensland. R, P Gillespie from Victoria. S is Sue Strinick from New South Wales. T is Kokoski and Rice, South Australia. And U, Trevor Johnson, Tasmania.
Nice work, Gaz. Okay, so you can see the clear wing class there on the staging. The judges have started sorting through the class, having a good look at the birds.
Just an update, I'll just give you, sorry, not update, I keep saying update. I'll just give you a rundown on the previous winners in the grey wing class. Last year was Jay Matthews in New South Wales. So 2018 it was New South Wales. And the 3 years prior to that was Victoria, so they've had a strong hold on the grey wing class.
So I'm be remiss of me not to do the same for the clear wing class. So Peter Dodd from New South Wales was a winner at the last Nationals in 2019. 2018 Victoria won, 2017 South Queensland, and 2016 and 15 went to South Australia. And the clear wing class, just a bit of history on that, they kicked off in the 1930s. I think I mentioned that earlier on, and I could be making that. And they basically came to prominence more so around the 50s. And the clear wings at that time had been developed into such a quality that they were almost unbeatable on the show bench. So the clear wings back in those days were extremely strong. As far as exhibition budgerigars go. A little bit on the grey wings as well. They first appeared in England in the 1920s, so they've been around for basically over a century now. Also not long after that they appeared in Germany and Belgium, and in Australia they appeared in the late 1920s.
Just quickly, Mark, my first impression of the clear wings at the present time is first thing that strikes me is the actual size of the clear wings now. I'm quite impressed with the top. Well, they're still changing them, but what I'm seeing on the bench at the moment, there's some good sized clear wings on that staging.
Just seems to be one of those classes and variety of birds that go from strength to strength. They just seem to keep improving.
Cage A looks beautiful there, the way it's standing upright, well up off the perch. Clarity of colour's not too bad in the contrast. The body colour to the yellow in the wing is quite good.
That's a Kokoski and Rice bird in cage A for South Australia, Gary was referring to.
I think a good point to people to be aware of when clear wings are being judged is the clarity of the wing marking. You want a really clear wing, and the contrast between the clear wing and the body colour. You really want a deep contrast of yellow and green series and in white and blue series. You need that lovely strong contrast.
So early on, early days in the clear wing class, but it looks like cage G was in first position. Shepherd and Flanagan partnership from Victoria. And we might get back to that shortly. And be able to give you yes, cage G. Cage D is G&M Lynch from New South Wales, and currently in third position is cage I, Ian and Kathy Manton from New South Wales.
It is a big advantage for in the clear wing class if you have clear wings. I know it's very hard variety to breed the size of the bird and keep the wings clear, but I think that's the optimum goal for clear wing breeders, is to breed a bird with good feathering, good size budgie, and keep that clear wing with the contrast of body colour. So the boys have done their assessment on the top row and they're changing them over. First bird's quite a long bird, pretty solid through the shoulder for a clear wing as well. And going on the colour, looks like an olive to me.
It does. So the bird in fourth position that they've moved down to the bottom row in the clear wing class, cage J. That's also a Kokoschka and Rice bird from South Australia. We can see the judges in the grey wing class on the right here, Peter and John, starting to sort out the cages in the positions.
Looking like cage K at the present time is at the front of the line. That's a Shepherd and Flanagan bird. Cage E, we're looking at a bird from the Holmes family, South Australia. Cage A is a R.M. Vidler from Northern and Central Queensland.
Cage B in fourth, James Matthews from New South Wales, currently in fourth position in the grey wing class. Not quite sure what cage that is that we're looking at there on the screen. Oh, and quickly gone as soon as it came.
That bird, did have a lovely positioning on the perch, upright.
They just did a slight change and moved cage F, is it, into fourth position in the grey wings?
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but I think that might be a grey-green, which I had very rarely seen in a clear wing class.
Because I don't think I've ever seen one, I'm not quite ready to commit to that yet.
Well, it's got
it does look like it.
It's got grey cheek patches. Can't be anything else. Just like Mark's grey cheek patches.
And they're only getting greyer.
Yeah.
Right, so that was fairly quick in regards to the camera coming back into the clear wing class. And we can see the judges are moving the top row from the bottom back up to the top and swapping over. So I wouldn't think we'd be a long way away from a decision being made in the clear wing class.
From memory, I don't recall ever a grey-green clear wing winning a clear wing class. I can't even remember seeing one.
Just shows there's a first for everything. As Gary was saying earlier on, you can see the size, even cage I, you can see a good sized bird there. Bird from Ian and Kathy Manton of New South Wales. You can see a good length of body.
Big improvement. We're building on that bird, the clearing variety as such. The body size is improving year by year. If the biggest goal now is to try to increase the length of feather on the bird at the top, on the head of the bird. Once we get that, we'll be getting them right up there as good quality budgies.
Congratulations to all the exhibitors. You're a very dedicated bunch of breeders, the clear wing breeders.
Such a hard variety to keep all the varietal aspects on a bird. You can, once you increase size, you seem to lose the body colour, and it's such a hard variety.
Okay, so in the grey wing class, we're looking at cage K and E. So K is Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria, and E is the Holmes family from South Australia. I don't know whether you can pick it up on that camera, but as the name suggests, the grey wing, rather than having black markings on their wing, they have grey in place of the black.
And the top couple of birds are very well marked grey wings, exceptionally well marked. Body colours very good for grey wings, real deep intensity body colour. The grey wing markings very deep. I don't know if you just quickly noticed the bird, it was above and the bird below. Cage J, you can see the colouring on the K and E, and have a look at the colouring on Cage J. There's a remarkable difference in the marking on those two birds.
So with the preference being the darker shade of grey, Gary?
Yes, definitely. Variety. So the lighter the marking in the wing, you're getting closer to becoming a dial, so you need that full intensity marking in the wing.
So the judges are conferring, it looks like, on, is it the second or third place bird currently in the grey wing class? So it looks like there's going to be a change. Not quite sure what's going on there, but the judges are having a very close look at the bird in cage E. Okay.
I don't know what decision they've made there, but something's
Hopefully
amiss.
we'll get some information through. Okay.
We've got K currently sitting in second position at the moment, which is James Matthew, cage F, Shepherd and Flanagan. Shepherd and Flanagan have 1 and 3.
Cage B that was James Matthews' bird, currently in second position, and we're still not sure.
Okay,
what's
we're back to the clear wings.
Okay, so here we go, cage G. Congratulations, Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria, winners of the clear wing class. Second is cage D. Cage I in third place, Ian and Kathy Manton. Cage J in fourth place, Kokoski and Rice from South Australia. Cage T in fifth place is Shepherd and Flanagan again from Victoria. Cage A in sixth place, Kokoski and Rice from South Australia. Cage M is in seventh place, that is Derek Poole from Tasmania. Eighth, Cage P is Ian and Kathy Manton from New South Wales. Cage H is 9, Shepherd and Flanagan, Victoria. Cage E was 11th. Cage B was 14th. MGH Budgerigar, South Queensland. Cage F is 15th. Derek Poole from Tasmania. 16th to Cage S, which is NHG Budgerigars from South Queensland again. 17th Cage L, B Schuster from North Central Queensland. 17th, yes, we're on the 17th. 18th is Cage O, R&V Gardner from North Central Queensland. 19th, Cage C, L&P Wolseley from North Queensland, and I missed that last cage.
20's Cage U.
Cage U was 20th, Derek Poole from Tasmania.
So congratulations to Bruce and Colin, Shepherd and Flanagan.
From Victoria, well done. Congratulations. Winners of the 2022 Clearwing class.
G&M Lynch from New South Wales coming second, and Caffey and Ian Manton from New South Wales came third. Congratulations.
To all exhibitors in the class.
Results of Class 13, Clearwing. First, Cage G. Second, Cage D. Third is Cage I. Fourth is Cage J. Fifth is Cage T. Sixth is Cage A. Seventh is Cage M. Eighth is Cage P. Ninth is Cage H. 10th is Cage Q. 11th is Cage E. 12th is Cage N. 13th is Cage K. 14th is Cage B. 15th is Cage F. 16th is Cage S. 17th is Cage L. 18th is Cage O. 19th is Cage C. 20th is Cage U.
Okay, just the current update on the point score up to Class 12. Victoria 275, South Queensland 227, New South Wales chasing up the field 221, South Australia 179, Western Australia 136, Northern and Central Queensland 114, and Tasmania 87. So it's starting to bunch up a little bit at the top.
And that was Dave Ganser giving the official placings of the Clearwing class.
We're just waiting now on the
Scott and I have finished judging our last class for today, and it's a Clearwing, which is obviously, for anyone in budgies, one of the hardest varieties to breed, because every time you build up size, you tend to lose a contrast in wing colour and body colour until today. This is the best Clearwing I've seen for a long, long time in terms of variety, and it's also got some budgie about it. And if you have a look, he's probably closer to the standard than any other bird here. Picked in first spot, never moved. Okay, we really like the second bird. It's got enormous body strength. It's got the feather, but it hasn't got any release at all. So all you got to do is take this bird, put a little bit of release on the cap feather, and we have a serious contender. But he's a lovely budgie. From there on, you can see the birds do fall away a little bit in terms of size and type. We get down a bit further and we start to see the problem that occurs with Clearwings, and that is the grey comes into the wing. So we don't have that clarity of wing and the contrast. From about T down, they really fall away quite quickly, but we all know they're actually quite a really difficult variety to breed. As I said, this is probably the best Clearwing I've seen at Nationals for a long, long time, and I congratulate the breeder of that bird. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're just back there. Just heard from Stephen Moe giving you some information and comments about the Clearwing class. So one class left for the day to finish up. That's the grey wing class being judged by John and Peter.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, go.
Just like to concur on Stephen's comments there. That Clearwing that came first was an outstanding variety, outstanding budgie for the variety.
Okay, so grey wing class, here we go. It currently looks like we have Cage K in first position for Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria. Cage B, James Matthews, New South Wales. Cage F, Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria, and Cage J, the Holmes family from South Australia.
And it looks like that the bottom right hand corner we have TDQs, I think, Mark, Cage E and Cage A.
Okay, I'm not sure,
We will confirm that.
Yep, and I'm sure the judges will make mention of those in their comments. What have we got? We've got 6th position, Cage Q currently.
Barry Prang from
South Queensland.
South Queensland. And it looks like an eye.
Grant and Tammy Butel from South Queensland as well. So it looks like they're just making a minor change towards the right hand side of the top row.
Kay looks a very strong, powerful bird. Love the width across the shoulder on this bird. So the last bird on the top row is Cage G, and that belongs to Trevor Johnson from Tasmania.
We can see some of the birds on the top row perching well, look quite relaxed and a couple of restless.
Yes, I like to see this bird on the perch. Very nice top end. Good depth of mask. A bit split there where the bird's just been up against the wire, but it looks like he's got a good depth of mask. He's got a nice head, nice cap, and directional feathering on the top.
Making a few changes again to the top row. Looks like Cage C has moved a couple of places down. So we've currently got K in first position, B in second position, F in third and J in fourth.
So we have Shepherd and Flanagan running first and third. They've had a couple of big classes just in the last few, so they've done quite well.
Of course, the Shepherd and Flanagan partnership aren't new to winning national championships. Inductees in the Breeder Excellence Hall of Fame, Victorian partnership. We can see there's also T has moved up a couple of places on the bottom row there. Cage T is Kokoski and Rice from South Australia.
Very nice coloured bird, that. Virtually the ideal wing colouring and body colour.
That full body colour of sky blue.
We've got a bird in Cage F mining through, kicking all his seed out.
It's raining seed. Okay, so it looks like they're bringing a bird down to compare.
No, I think they've just evening the
staging up.
Staging up the amount of cages on each cage. I think they're just evening that up.
They obviously had Cage G up there, comparing it against Cage H, making sure they were happy with the positioning and the placings.
So currently, as it stands, Cage K, B and F. Shepherd and Flanagan, Cage James Matthews, and Cage F's Shepherd and Flanagan again.
Okay, so it looks like there's another move, potentially. The judges have got their hands on the cages. So Cage R has moved up a placing in front of Cage M. P. Gillespie from Victoria, Cage R.
Looks like we had a change of colour. The camera colour's changed, making the white a lot more contrast. Cage S is looking lovely. There's beautiful sweep of the back, standing right up off the perch. Owner of that bird, Sue Strinick from New South Wales. From looks like she's a little bit of she's a strong hen.
Judges having a close look at cage Q.
I think Peter might be indicating to John his the colour of this bird's wing.
So
that's the advantage of a bird that sits up and sits straight, always come back, and the judges can see the way it stands and it's showing itself to its full potential, and that bird's just jumped 2 positions on showmanship alone. There's not a lot between the budgerigars, but that bird in cage S has shown itself to its full optimum. So congratulations to Sue Strinick for preparing this bird and training this bird to sit in that fashion.
Right up to the front of the cage, saying to the judge, look at me. Giving 110%.
As they say in the league parlance, not leaving anything in the shed.
You can see the judge working on the bird in first position, just wanting to see it on the perch. Second position, in cage
B.
Bird of James Matthews from New South Wales. With James winning the Nationals last time out at Brisbane in 2019.
One feature I think that the bird in cage B excels a little bit better on than cage K is probably carries a little bit larger spot.
Judges are looking at the bird currently in third position. And we've had a minor change. Cage F has moved up into second position, cage B into third position. So cage F is another bird from Shepherd and Flanagan Partnership from Victoria. So Shepherd and Flanagan are currently sitting 1-2 in the grey wing class.
Very good effort, that.
And we're swapping over top row and bottom row. We're getting close to the end of the day, this being the last class being judged today. Hopefully at the conclusion of this class we'll be able to give you an update on the points for the zones. If I've still got a voice left, and Gary. We were talking earlier on, you can see that variation in the intensity in the grey wing markings, the grey markings in the wing.
The bird in cage B is starting to relax now and settle a little bit. He was all over the place a minute ago.
A few of the birds on the top row currently on the top row, a little bit restless. Bird in cage M is a nice long bird.
Probably fractionally down on body colour compared to the birds in front of it. So they're happy with their assessment, so they're going back to the top row positioning.
So it shouldn't be too long before we get a result in class 14, the grey wing class. As Gary mentioned, the bird in cage B was perching, and I just opened my mouth and the bird hopped off the perch. Commentator's curse. Right, so we're not too far away at all, I would say. So currently we've got bird cage K in first place. As Gary mentioned earlier on, we've got two birds, cage E and cage A, that have been placed on the bottom row on the far right hand side, out of contention. So as you can see there, we've got K, F, B, J, currently the first four placings in the grey wing class. Judges are going back and having a look at the bird in cage J, which is the Holmes family from South Australia. Standing up nicely there.
Well, I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I think they've made up their minds, and I think they're ready to mark the cages.
All right. Okay, so there we go. Cage K in the grey wing class. Congratulations to the Shepherd and Flanagan partnership from Victoria, winners of the grey wing class. Cage F is second, also from Shepherd and Flanagan of Victoria. Cage B, James Matthews, New South Wales, is in third position. Fourth position, Cage J, Holmes family from South Australia. Cage S is in fifth position, Sue Strinick from New South Wales. Can't see the cage number there, sorry. Cage I by the looks of it, in sixth position. Grant and Tammy Butel, South Queensland. Q in seventh position, Barry Prange from South Queensland. Eighth position goes to Cage C, Mick and Debbie Gearing from Western Australia. Can't see that cage number fully there. L is it? Yes, L in cage ninth position, D&S Brooks, North Queensland. 10th is cage H, which is Ian Hardenidge from Tasmania. And Peter's just walking back. G is in 11th position, cage G, Trevor Johnson from Tasmania. R is in 12th. That's P. Gillespie from Victoria. I missed 13th there, Anil Zarkin Boringer, New South Wales. 14th, cage T, Kokoski and Rice. Cage O is in 15th place, W and C Schultz from North Central Queensland. D is in 16th position, Grant and Tammy Butel, South Queensland. U is in 17th position, cage U, Trevor Johnson, Tasmania. Cage N, 18th position, M&D Gearing, Western Australia. 19th position is cage P, also from M&D Gearing from Western Australia.
So that just leaves us cage A and cage E.
And hopefully the judges
will give you information on
some information in their comments
about those two birds. So congratulations to our winner, Shepherd and Flanagan. Not only our winner, our first and second place.
And we've got Dave Ganser with the official results, the grey wing.
Result of Class 14, grey wing. First, cage K. Second, cage F. Third, cage B. Fourth, cage J. Fifth, cage S. Sixth, cage I. Seventh, cage Q. Eighth is cage C. Ninth is cage L. 10th is cage H. 11th is cage G. 12th is cage R. 13th is cage M. 14th is cage T. 15th is cage O. 16th is cage D. 17th is cage U. 18th is cage N. 19th is cage P. And cages A and E were disqualified.
Okay, so those were the results for the grey wing class, and I dare say we'll be hearing from one of the judges shortly with the comments. Shouldn't be too far away. Here's Peter Thurn.
So John and I have just finished judging the grey wings, and leading off the class is a bird that pretty much picked himself. We found him early, we put him into pole position, and he's stayed there. He's a quality grey wing budgie, he's a great variety. We really like the back skull that he has, we like the width of frontal. He's got enough modern feature about him, he's quite a comfortable winner. It's that overall balance and quality of face that takes him above a really powerful grey hen we have in second. She is quite a strong hen. She was down in third for a long part of the judging because we really do like the bird that's in third as well. He's a bird that's got some really lovely features, great outline, super face. He just doesn't have the power to go with this really strong grey hen that we have here in second. Third over fourth, we start to see a change in style of budgie when we get from third to fourth. You can see a modern type of bird here with great facial features, and we now start to get into probably a slightly older style of bird with this powerful hen that we have down here in fourth, and we have a similar style of bird, the cockbird, down here in fifth. We've given the advantage today to the hen because of a better spot and a little more width through the top end of the bird. Unfortunately, there's a couple of nice budgies down that have been DQ'd because they don't have tails, which is a real shame, especially the blue guy in KG. And just a comment, he's a little bit rough, this guy in cage Q, but a very dark grey wing. You don't often see grey wings quite that dark, but and you know, he's got a little bit of, or she's got a little bit of flecking, and she's a little bit rough. But yeah, it's just interesting to see a budgie, a grey wing budgie that's actually that dark in markings.
Okay, so that was Peter Thurn with the comments on the grey wing class. We will try and get you the current point score after the first 14 classes, so the conclusion of the judging for day one. And as soon as I say that, here's our trusty sidekick with that information.
I don't know if this is the final total. I think this is the final total for the day.
Hang on, we got Stephen talking.
Can you just confirm if that's the final total?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's registered.
Go. Okay, we've been asked just a general comment about today. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure to see the birds. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with the other judges, and the organisation is unbelievable. What can I tell you? I think the best class that I judged today was the light greens. They're down to 10 and 11. They were still super budgies. I saw the best clear wing that I've seen for a long, long time. It's been a wonderful experience.
Well, I had a great experience as well. My first time up front. I'm usually out in the bird room for the last 20 years, but it's been a great experience. I concur, the light greens, they were outstanding class of budgerigars. I'm really envious of the clear wing as well, a beautiful bird. And 2 or 3 birds on the top of most of the classes were outstanding. Thank you.
Look, I've had a real ball today. I think it's been it's great to judge at a national. It's a privilege to judge at a national, but to have the quality of some of the birds that we've had put in front of us today by the breeders is just, it's been an absolute delight to judge those birds. As the boys have said, the green classes stand out. The grey-green winner, I mean, what a power budgie. Like, he's just a beast of a thing. There's some, the loot. I really like the first place loot. There's so many good budgies, as Steve said as well. That clear wing budgie. I had a look at that class, and I'm umming and ahhing about the power bird and the variety bird, but I can't argue with that variety bird because he's one of the nicest clear wings you'll find. It's been a pleasure to judge today, and thanks to the BCSA for the opportunity. Oh, and we've still got tomorrow.
Yes, same like the other guys, say thanks for allowing us to judge. Some very nice birds. One thing I will say is, for good to come out of COVID, is maybe having a good variety birds home for the last couple of years, not going to the show, has helped us, our variety birds improve. Just my thought. No one else is going to think about that. But yeah, some very nice birds, and thanks to everyone. Ready for tomorrow.
Okay, looks like that concludes the activities for the day. Just like to give the final point score for the first day of competition. So in the lead on 326 points is Victoria. New South Wales has had a late run and jumped into second position with 268 points. South Queensland at 254. South Australia 213. Western Australia 156. North Queensland 125. And Tasmania 107. But might just reiterate that the gap between first and last is getting closer and closer every year.
So we just recently heard the summary from the judges of what they encountered on day one. Very interesting comments.
Unfortunately, we weren't privy to them because we are not able to be connected to when they are talking, so we cannot hear the judges' comments, but I'm sure that everybody streaming has got a good insight to how the judging went today.
As Gary said, gives you good insight, and I'm sure they've had a great time. It's the best seat in the house, as we've said before, so I'm not sure that we're still on live streaming at the moment. If we are, we might be getting a bit of noise in the background there. Apologise for that. What a great day. Congratulations to all the winners of today's 14 classes, but also congratulations to everyone who took their birds along for their club selection, were given the opportunity to represent their zone, and made it down here to Tasmania to the national championships.
I'd just like to add to Mark's comments that I think there was some of the varieties today were some of the best we've seen in a national competition. I don't think I've ever seen a grey-green grey wing, and it was an outstanding variety. Standing budgerigar. We've seen magnificent dilute. We've seen, help me along now, what else? There was
the strength in the light green class, albinos. Yeah, there are many classes, and it's every year it surprises. It's a surprise how the birds are improving, how lutinos are moving forward, albinos. All of these classes seem to improve year on year. Yeah, hats off to all the breeders of those varieties, the specialists who specialise in those varieties. So again, well done to everyone. Thank you for putting up with us for the day.
It's been a new experience for Mark and myself. I hope we haven't disappointed. Just trying to give as much information across as possible. We haven't had a view of the birds face to face, so all we're looking at is through the monitors. So any descriptions of the birds, I hope, are correct.
But we're basically seeing what you were seeing.
Yes, we're just giving our opinions on what we see in front of us. So just finally and just finishing up, is just congratulations to everyone that's exhibited birds over this weekend, or today especially. So we'll do it all again tomorrow, and hope our voices hold out tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I've just got the last information. We'll see you again 8:30. That's it.